Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Welcome, everyone. We're very, very pleased at your attendance. It's a very, very important event that we're addressing today. I do think that we're confronting perhaps the greatest constitutional crisis since Fort Sumter was attacked by the Confederate States of America. And I am very honored and pleased to open this session with presentation of Ralph Nader. I call Ralph the Mount Rushmore of civic virtue. He was a hero when he exposed the machinations of General Motors unsafe at any speed. But he's really elevated himself into a legend. He epitomizes, I believe, civic virtue and what made the United States great. Selflessness, courage, wisdom, benevolence, kindness. Words really cheapen, the admiration we all should have with Ralph. He is truly an asset that is central to our endurance as a country. I think today we really need to remember the famous remarks of Abraham Lincoln. In the Civil War, we nobly save or meanly lose that last best hope on earth. We are confronting a president who has taken the Constitution and torched it without embarrassment. It's not isolated as in Watergate, where you have a cover-up of one burglary, an abuse of power, defiance of a subpoena. It's an open, notorious contempt for the whole idea of constitutional government that Ralph Nader has led the charge in exposing virtually daily. When a president of the United States says, the only thing that constrains my power, including the power to kill anyone I want, go to war I want, is my moral conscience, we then are in a crisis, an imminent crisis. This really is worse, more dangerous than Charles I, who was beheaded because he collected taxes without the authority of Parliament, or even Julius Caesar. So it's with great, great honor that I'm able to introduce Ralph Nader to make some introductory remarks before this session opens. But I would conclude before Ralph begins by emphasizing that our true audience here, although impeachment has to be undertaken by members of Congress, are the citizens of the United States of America. If you're going to have self-government, you have to have some sense of civic responsibility and involvement. You can't be a passive dictator, passive spectator. And we understand today Congress will not move unless citizens are demanding that their action be taken. That's not when it's always been, but we know that's true today. And do never feel a sense of powerlessness. That's what Ralph is so great at, inspiring people to do something. It may seem very small to walk into one member's office, write a member's demanding impeachment, but collectively, we have that power. We saw that at work in Watergate, over far less danger to the United States Constitution. So that is what I want to emphasize. We are here to inspire all citizens equally, play a role in restoring constitutional government. And with those remarks, I turn this over to Ralph Nader. Ralph.
Thank you very much, Bruce, for those kind and compelling words. Bruce has drafted the 13 articles of impeachment, which comprise Congressman John Larson's House Resolution 1155, introduced just yesterday in the House of Representatives, to be followed by a Dear Colleague letter. Now, the importance of this gathering is to have legs, to bring together stalwarts, leaders in the anti-impeachment drive from around the country, people who are steeped in the reasons why our founders put the ultimate power of discharge of the presidency in the hands of Congress, 535 senators and representatives now, and to impeach in the House, convict in the Senate, and remove the president without any judicial review. I see this gathering enabled by the First Amendment rights to speech, petition, and assembly, to further intensify publicly committed Americans around the country, bipartisan. They all have a stake in saving the republic and the Constitution for which it stands from the predatory fascist hands of Donald J. Trump and the people he's brought in to dismantle that part of the federal government that serves the people and intensify the privileges and immunities of the corporations that constitute the corporate state. exactly what Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1938 stated in a message to Congress was the definition of fascism. The intensification of civic presence here in Congress. Men and women who have been given the sovereign power by delegation of the people of this country. Remember, the Constitution begins with we the people, not we the Congress or we the corporation. And to get the members of Congress that take seriously their constitutional duties, which they have abandoned in an immensity unseen in American history, as Bruce Fein has pointed out in his report on congressional surrender. Jimmy Raskin has said several months ago that it's a good idea, that's his phrase, a good idea to have shadow hearings by the Democrats in committee rooms in the House and Senate on impeachment, which brings the second consequence of this gathering that I hope will occur, and that is to broaden the base of citizens publicly educated about the exact reasons why our founders placed the impeachment authority in the Congress without judicial review. Already, a majority of the American people want Trump impeached and removed from office without any leadership from the Democratic Party pressing this to be done. And that's a pretty good beginning. Thirdly, I'd like to see our country make impeachment an issue of currency in this election year, where candidates discuss it, candidates are questioned about it. So fundamental it is to rescuing rescuing our country from the fastest degradation of democratic institutions ever seen in the world since the beginning of the 20th century by an elected politician, faster than Orban in Hungary and any other place in the world, according to a study by a Swedish institute recently. There are those who think that impeachment is impossible because the Republicans control the Congress. We've seen that in the past, and we've seen the Republicans in 1974, looking at their plummeting polls in the forthcoming election, abandon Richard Nixon and send a delegation to the White House saying to him, "You're going to be impeached and convicted. Your time is up." And Nixon resigned. That was once considered impossible for a president who's reelected by 49 out of 50 states in 1972 with 60% approval rating. It went from impossible, then possible, then probable, then achieved, and he was out of office. Donald Trump has taught us some very important lessons that we have ignored for too long. He has taught us how weak our democratic institutions have become, how abandonment by the Congress of its constitutional duties and the separation of powers has become unparalleled in history, how non-resilient our country has become against historic usurpations of our democratic rights, how self-destructive a Trump-controlled Supreme Court has been of its own branch of government, how hollow and symbolic have been our patriotic pretensions, how aggressive wars can be allowed to continue, unconstitutional, illegal, violating federal statutes and international treaties, and of course the Constitution, resulting in the death and injuries of millions of innocents in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and now Iran. They include babies, children, mothers, fathers, the elderly, and we meet them with co-belligerents and deadly weapons paid by the unconsulted American taxpayers, paying for this criminal empire of the United States abroad and its regional empire, Netanyahu's Israel. He has also taught us that our very norms of our civilization, the moral basis for our laws, can be shattered brazenly without paying the price in rejection votes. He has taught us how little fight there is, with luminous exceptions, how little fight there is from the contented classes, to use Ken Galbraith's phrase, how little fight there is by the retired military brass, some of whom were in the Trump's first term, who despise Trump and his Secretary of Defense for good military code of justice reasons, but are not doing very much. From our own legal profession, with few exceptions, some of them in this room, who should be the first responders in the defense of the rule of law. Here, I'd like to just take note of an exception. The powerful bar of the city of New York, arguably the most powerful and certainly the richest local bar in our country, has put out a report in December, and one just last month, where the task force called, quote, for the immediate impeachment of Donald Trump, end quote. They adopted the ultimate responsibility of the legal profession, but it got very little press coverage. Maybe it wasn't promoted enough, but we should refer to it and learn from its crisp summary of the most impeachable president by far in American history. I think, though, the most shocking silence of all is not just the enlightened, very rich, and the academic world, again, with few exceptions, but the shocking silence of our ex-presidents, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and even George Bush, who despises the destruction of his AIDS program in Africa by Donald Trump. In their luxurious retirements, they have been constantly battered by Trump publicly with almost no rebuttal or challenge. Has there ever been a greater example of cowardliness or indifference or indulgence by former presidents who have received hundreds of millions of votes and still have a lot of support in the country? To go back into the arena, organize the citizenry, get great media, raise funds for local pro-impeachment lobbying groups from liberal and conservative voters in every congressional district. These ex-presidents can decisively turn the balance of power and reflect the demand of the task force and many others for the immediate impeachment and removal. We must demand that they do so. They harbor the trust of millions of Americans, for better and for worse, and they are not using that trust given the enormous latent assets that could be awakened if they stepped forward in the public arena. Left to do whatever he wants, Trump has worsened a fascist dictatorship with police state manifestations and the beginning of reigns of terror, starting in Iran and also in some of our cities. We need to bring together all civic assets that we can to reassert the rule of law, produce a competitive democracy, giving people greater choices of candidates so they're not backed up against the wall saying, I hate the Democratic Party, so I'm going to vote for Trump, for example. I'll leave you with this optimistic assessment. If you go back through American history and see its better angels at work and its major advances of justice, it has never taken more than 1% of the people in our country engaged in advancing these justices, never more than 1%, sometimes much less than 1%. As long as they know what they're talking about, they have stamina, they represent a majority of the people or building a majority of the people, and they have a laser focus on Congress. It's all about Congress because Congress is the instrument of recovery and reestablishment of a democratic society that keeps options open for revision and engages more and more of the citizenry at an ever younger age. Thank you, and may your day today be part of American history and result in the objectives that we all are assembled to pursue at this urgent present time, a time of declarative peril, declarative danger to our country, emanating from a president whose lawlessness is at large in the White House and needs to be brought to account. Over to you, Bruce.
How about Teresa, Ralph? Thank you, Ralph, the indefatigable Ralph Nader. I'd also like to thank the Center for Study of Responsive Law, Essential Information, Roots Action, and Free Speech for the People for co-sponsoring this discussion today, as well as the Rayburn House Office Building here on Capitol Hill for letting us convene here. We are fortunate today to have members of the free press, including C-SPAN, the Real News Network, Jessica Densen of the Removal Coalition, and Free Speech for People. About 24 hours ago, on April 7, 2026, much of the world read or heard that the President of the United States wrote a message on social media in which he stated that he intended to eliminate the entire Iranian population. That's more than 92 million people, by 8 p.m. yesterday, some 12 hours after his post. He vowed to blow up every power plant in Iran, such that they would be, quote, out of business, burning, exploding. Others in the government said far fewer were targeted and that they were for dual use for military and civilians. But yesterday, the president claimed that unless Iran made a deal in the next 12 hours, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. With less than 90 minutes before his stated deadline, the president then claimed he had agreed to a 2-week ceasefire on the condition of an immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as a lawyer, I don't usually begin legal symposia by quoting the Pope, but after the panic our president caused the world yesterday, and to set the stage for today, I'm inspired to give a shout out to my fellow Chicagoan, Pope Leo XIV. According to a report, I believe it was by the Wall Street Journal, Pope Leo rebuked the president's threat to wipe out the entirety of Iran's civilization by calling the remarks, quote, truly unacceptable. Indeed. The Pope noted that there are certainly issues of international law here, but much more. A moral issue for the good of the entire people. I raised yesterday's worldwide alarm and the Pope's talk of morality and international law to set a larger context, given that we are not necessarily going to talk about those valid, ethical, and international law issues today, because we're going to spend the next 4 hours talking about U.S. constitutional powers, the rule of law here in the United States, and impeachment powers. The next 9 gentlemen you are going to hear from today across the political and ideological spectrum include lawyers, scholars, professors, analysts, Supreme Court litigators, public advocates, and/or activists who care deeply about the rule of law, government transparency, the Constitution of the United States, and freedom of speech. We begin on this first panel with Article 1 and Congress, in particular, the power reserved to Congress to declare war. Pull out your constitutions or pull them up online if you want to follow along. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 states quite clearly that Congress shall have the power to declare war. There are more powers sprinkled throughout Article 1, Section 8 about raising armies, maintaining a navy, organizing and arming a militia, and in other places in the Constitution. On top of these powers, Congress has even more powers to control war-making through the Necessary and Proper Clause, which provides Congress with the power to help execute these and other powers in the Constitution. In addition to the provisions in the Constitution, the War Powers Resolution of 1973 Congress passed during Nixon's tenure and in the context of the Vietnam War that makes other requirements on the president to notify and report to Congress about military operations and putting troops into hostilities, and requires authorization from Congress for war under certain set deadlines. This panel has been asked to assess the president's actions in Iran in the context of whether they are impeachable. Apart from announcing his desire to obliterate the entire Iranian civilization, to open up passage through the Strait of Hormuz for 20% of the world's oil supply, the president has decided to send members of the United States military and military equipment to the region. The president has repeatedly ordered the bombing of Iran and removed many of its leaders, including the Ayatollah Khomeini. New Iranian leaders are in place, still representing the prior regime, and U.S. service members have died there, as have numerous Israelis and, of course, Iranians. The president has been spending the taxpayers' money to do all of this. The president has yet, though, to ask Congress to declare war. Presidents of the United States are sworn to uphold the Constitution, and we lead off with this panel focusing on Article 1 powers reserved to Congress, in particular the ability to declare war on other nations and how that has been interpreted historically, and how presidents have chosen to push back on the power assigned to Congress. Because presidents also have constitutional powers, the Constitution, Article 2, Section 2, designates the president as commander-in-chief, and that authority includes directing military operations to protect U.S. interests and respond to sudden attacks or threats. Article 1 and Article 2 powers have been in constant tension, and I expect the panelists will elaborate on this and whether the current situation is reason to attempt to impeach President Trump for the third time. So let's also mention Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution, which states the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Andrew Johnson, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump have all been impeached. President Trump twice, but no president has been removed from office as they were acquitted by the Senate. We are going to have plenty of time, I promise you, even though we started a bit late, for questions from the floor. My first question is going to be to the panelists on whether it is realistic to think that this president could be impeached for a third time now, and in the context of this panel, for usurping congressional powers to make war, namely in Iran. We will start with former presidential candidate and Representative Dennis Kucinich, followed by Cato-based fellow and author specializing in foreign policy and civil liberties, Doug Bandow, and lawyer and former CIA officer and whistleblower Jeffrey Sterling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa. And before I begin, I want to thank my wife Elizabeth for her presence here and for her constant guidance. She sat in the gallery back in 2008 when I read 35 articles of impeachment on the floor of the House during more than 4 hours of discussion going over article after article. So Elizabeth, here we are again. And I just want to begin by giving you a little bit of background as someone who, as a member of Congress, was very actively involved in the very process which we're discussing today. And thank you also to Bruce Fein for his help back then, and here we are again, Bruce. With perhaps an even greater sense of urgency. Many of you will remember that back in October of 2002, the Bush administration was making a case for going to war against Iraq. And as a member of Congress, I looked very carefully at that case. And I did a very deep dive into as a matter of provenance, which is the responsibility that members of Congress have when an administration wants to go to war. And what I found out is that the case that the Bush administration was making back in October of 2002 was patently false, and that there was no justification whatsoever for, at that point, planning a war. That, in fact, Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11, nothing to do with al-Qaeda's role in 9/11. Iraq didn't have the intention or capability of attacking the United States. There was absolutely no evidence that Iraq had those so-called weapons of mass destruction, which was an additional cause of the Bush administration's attack that commenced on March the 20th, 2003. And it's for those of you who are in the audience, and thank you for being here, and those who are at home watching, you can actually see the articulation of the challenge to the Bush administration's case. Just type in Kucinich, October 2002, analysis of Iraq war, and it's still there on the internet. So, notwithstanding the fact that no legitimate case was made, Congress approved Bush's action essentially through an authorization of military force, not a declaration of war, I might point out, because there's a difference. And went ahead. Iraq was attacked, the so-called shock and awe, and the war eventually led to the deaths of over 1 million innocent Iraqis, over 1 million innocent Iraqis, over 5,000 U.S. soldiers, at a cost of well over $3 trillion. For a war that was based on lies. Now, I will tell you, I gave about 355 speeches on the issue of the war in Iraq alone over a course of years. And by the time I left Congress in 2013, this weighed very heavily on me personally, as I'm sure it did on many people in this room, the deaths that occurred as a result of this, the lives that were ruined. Based on lies. So we look now to Iran. One of the because Iran was actually mentioned in the articles of impeachment that I delivered back in 2008. Because they're already talking about regime change back then. In the articles of impeachment, the 35 articles of impeachment that I wrote with the help of people like Bruce Fein, David Swanson, and others, we were able to isolate at least 9 of those articles were directly related to an illegal war. And we made the case in those articles of impeachment why President Bush should be impeached. And there was enough evidence to give the Senate an opportunity to go forward with a trial for his removal. But here we are again. Bruce's latest article in The Citizen, Democrats' constitutional ignorance makes or impedes Trump impeachment. Well, it was a Democratic Party leadership back in 2008 that referred the articles of impeachment that I wrote and introduced to Judiciary Committee where it was never heard. The impeachment was never heard. So the Democratic Party, not as a partisan matter, but as a constitutional responsibility, failed back in 2008, and up to this point, they're failing again with some possible exceptions. Thank you, John Larson of Connecticut. Now, the past is prologue. Iran doesn't have the capability of attacking the United States. Iran doesn't possess the weapons of mass destruction that are being attributed to them. And yet, and the president has not been authorized by Congress to attack Iran. As Teresa pointed out, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 reserves the war power to Congress. Now, beginning on February 28th, President Trump launched a preemptive attack on Iran. And it was not in self-defense. The Congress did not declare war. The president acted illegally and against the Constitution. And furthermore, the treaties and international agreements and the UN Charter of which the U.S. is a part, specifically Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter says, and this is a very important point, that the members of the UN have to refrain not just from the illegal use of force, but from the threat of the use of force. It's illegal to even threaten the use of force. I mean, now we know this in basic criminal law at a local level. You cannot threaten someone. Because if you do, you can be charged with a crime. When you take it to an international level, you can, the president has no right to threaten the use of force. And so when you look at February 28th, an attempt at regime change, a sovereign was killed, 180 children in Nanab were killed by a U.S. Tomahawk missile. And international law makes it very clear that there is no, that civilian infrastructure and civilians are to be protected. But what's happened? The United States, in concert with Israel, has bombed hospitals, has bombed universities, mosques, historical sites, threatened and bombed bridges, and threatened to bomb all the power plants, threatened to take the oil, threatened to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age, threatened to wipe out the Iranian civilization. How high of a bar do we have to have in order for an impeachable offense to be cleared? We're in a moment right now where we have to decide who we are as a people, not who the president is. We already have an estimation of that. The question is who we are, because with few exceptions, almost each and every statement the president has made in the last month has been an impeachable offense. He is a walking, talking impeachment machine. And there's never been anything like this. And so we like to talk about this 250th year. Will we be out there celebrating and waving flags on the 4th of July if our Constitution is in tatters? Are we still a nation of laws? These are the kind of questions that are going to be answered today. Does our Constitution still hold? Not just whether the Star-Spangled Banner still waves over the land of the free and the home of the brave. Does our Constitution still hold? Is Congress still a co-equal branch of government? It is on paper. Is it in reality? No, right now, no. And impeachment is necessary not only to bring about an accounting of the current holder of that office, but it's also necessary for Congress, as the directly elected representatives of the people, to assert itself as not just a co-equal branch of government, but as an instrument which the founders intended to protect the peace of the country and not to move the country to a condition of war without just cause and without actual approval and a vote. At this point, we've been betrayed by a president and by the Congress. The use of force against innocent people globally is a betrayal. And is there a way back? Well, ultimately, we are the nation, we the people. And the preamble of the Constitution has well stated what our purpose of governance is. And only one of them relates to self-defense, and there is nothing about self-defense that's going on right now. I was a third-string quarterback on a not very good football team, and I knew the difference between defense and offense. And the U.S. has been on the offense without congressional permission and continues to do that. And as 9 million people were out in the streets of America in the last week saying no kings, that takes us back to the beginning of this country because we rejected a sovereign, one individual sovereign controlling the affairs of the nation. And so as someone who has served this country for 16 years in the House of Representatives and has sued 3 individual presidents on the issue of war powers, and without regard to political party, and without regard to whether I liked the person or not. This isn't about whether you like or love President Trump. This is about whether or not you love the Constitution of the United States. Thank you.
Well, I'd normally say it's a pleasure to be here, but the times we are living in, I'm not sure that's the right thing to say. There's the wonderful Chinese curse. It's probably a fake, but it really is wonderful. It's, may you live in interesting times. And we're living in interesting times, but not just that. We're living in challenging and, frankly, very threatening times. I mean, last night, I suspect that most Americans were hoping that we'd see a famed taco. Trump always chickens out. The problem is he doesn't always chicken out, and we have no idea what might happen in 2 weeks from now. My hope is that we get some kind of a peace agreement and we can end this war, but it's very hard to predict. And whatever happens then, we still have to deal with the consequences. of what is an illegal, a reckless, and frankly, even a criminal war. And this kind of violation warrants holding the president responsible. It really is an issue of kings. I mean, I think the idea that the rallies of no kings has a lot of resonance here. I mean, Congress really has two remedies, a Congress that's willing to stand up for the Constitution, that is. The first is budget. Apparently the administration is putting in a request for $200 billion for continuing this war, and I'm not sure what all of that is to be spent on. I think the estimates are we've spent something like $45 billion so far. What the next $150 billion is supposed to be used for, when the president constantly tells us we're almost there, the war is almost solved, it's almost over. So obviously the Congress should deny that, should condition funding, and should mandate that money be used only to bring U.S. forces home. But then the second is impeachment, the question of holding an executive that is not just errant, not just erroneous, not just mistaken, but an executive that is consciously violating the law and Constitution and holding it and that president responsible. The issue of whether we should go to war should always be, in many ways, the big question for our nation. There are obviously a lot of important issues we deal with. But war is unique, war is horrific, war creates blowback, war usually goes bad. And this is something where the decision to go abroad, especially when you have the greatest military power on earth, the responsibility of this nation in wielding that power is absolutely enormous. And as Congressman Kucinich pointed out, beginning this war was the hitting a school and killing 175, 80, 190, however many school children, which the president, of course, blamed on the Iranians, that obviously they were shooting Tomahawk missiles, which they don't have. But the U.S. military did acknowledge that, in fact, mistakes were made. But that shows the cost. This is a very serious issue. I mean, one question, of course, is what is war? And what we find is many, including leaders in this Capitol, are using Putinesque rhetoric. This is not war. This is an operation. It is a mission. Exactly how that differs when you're dropping bombs, destroying cities, and killing people, I've never quite understood. Even the president finally has admitted that this is a war. Of course, there's also the issue of whether the war is justified. One shouldn't even get to this stage, in my view. I mean, the president's explanations are not serious, and they include the bizarre. We find him telling us how much he wants to take Iran's oil. And I'm not quite sure what the justification could that be, even assuming we win, however we define that. But of course, that seemed to be the main motivation on Venezuela as well. But there obviously was no necessity, there was no imminence, and frankly, there was no threat. And the history between the United States and Iran is tortured, but when I hear people saying they have been at war with us for 47 years, my reaction is we might want to go back 73 years. And remember when we helped stage a coup d'etat and overthrow their democracy. We could look at 25 years of supporting the Shah of Iran. We could look at General Heiser, the emissary of President Carter, who in 1978 went to Tehran and told the Iranian military that they should shoot to kill to keep the Shah in power. We could think of 1981, when an administration that even I served supported Saddam Hussein and his war against Iran. We could think of 1988, when the United States shot down a civilian airliner and killed 290 innocent Iranians. There's a long history there. And I like to tell people I certainly don't defend the current regime there, but we should not act as if we are entirely innocent as we try to assess U.S.-Iranian relations. But the real issue, of course, for this forum is the war legal? Is it constitutional? Because if it is not, then we have a very real problem with the President of the United States. So the question, when can presidents go to war? Well, one thing that should be obvious to us is it seems no president likes to have limits placed on him or her. Presidents routinely of both parties assert they don't have to go to Congress. Sometimes they act as if they're doing a favor by being willing to allow Congress to say something on the issue. But of course, that's not the way the Constitution reads. The basic principle is that despite what presidents do and desire, this is an issue that is up to Congress. Now, American history reflects a lot of presidential, if not war-making, certainly use of military. Now, many of those are kind of episodic, they are limited, and some of them you can argue in different ways were authorized by Congress. The authorization of military force, it is not a declaration, there are differences, but at least you do get a president, you get a vote, by Congress. Nevertheless, there's no change in the Constitution if presidents violate it. This is not an excuse to allow other presidents to violate it. This is something where a president duly elected and inaugurated takes an oath to support the Constitution. They don't say, and I don't have to enforce the parts that other presidents didn't like to enforce. That's not the way we view it when we elect a president. It's clear, Article 1, Section 8 states, Congress shall have the power to declare war. This is fundamental. And, you have to go back to President Eisenhower for a president who talks seriously about respecting that. But when presidents talk about other countries, they do seem to think this is a good principle. One of my favorite quotes from Caspar Weinberger, who was the defense secretary under Ronald Reagan, was he was looking at Afghanistan under the Soviets after their invasion, and he said, now, who among the Soviets voted that they should invade Afghanistan? Maybe one, maybe 5 men in the Kremlin. Who has the ability to change that and bring them home? Maybe one, maybe 5 men in the Kremlin. Nobody else. And that is, I think, the height of immorality. Exactly why one American should be able to plunge us into war, while we don't want one Soviet leader to do so, is not so clear. Admittedly, I prefer our presidents, even the worst ones, to Soviet leaders. Nevertheless, when Lord Acton talked about power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely, he did not limit that to bad people. Indeed, he, a liberal Catholic, was speaking about the Catholic Church when he made that statement. Recognizing that even those who might be well-intentioned can be corrupted by absolute power, and we certainly see that when it comes to war. Now, the founders were very clear. And this is one where the king comes in. They were looking at the kingly model. They were kind of escaping from the monarchical conflict of Europe. Go back to the 1700s, the 1600s, kings and emperors were constantly dragging their people into war over the most stupid things. The British, for example, had the War of Jenkins' Ear. Started because Captain Jenkins alleged the Spanish had cut off one of his ears, and in fact, that was probably a fake. Nevertheless, that brought the two countries into war. This is the kind of conflict one would see throughout Europe in which average folks died, and kings enjoyed what they even indeed called war the sport of kings. Well, thankfully, our founders didn't want that, and this is a conception that went well beyond the founding generation. Now, President Abraham Lincoln, who one has to admit was a fairly strong president, reflected that kings have always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, that the good of the people was the object. He said that our convention understood war to be the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions, and the founders naturally resolved to so frame the Constitution that no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. That was a vision of Abraham Lincoln. And you go back to the founders, and they were very explicit in this. James Madison said that it's necessary to adhere to the fundamental doctrine of the Constitution, that the power to declare war is fully and exclusively vested in the legislature. Now, the argument's been made that, well, what Congress really meant was that Congress's power is to declare that we're at war, right? Well, the president gets to start the war, but Congress has the extraordinarily important power of saying, oh, I guess a war is going on. Now, one would hardly think the founders would have spent a lot of time debating this issue, if that's how they viewed it. But George Mason of Virginia said, the president is not safely to be entrusted with the power to decide on war. James Wilson wanted the strong president, but he didn't want to hurry us into war. He said our system is going to be calculated to guard against that. Even Alexander Hamilton, the great exponent of executive power, was very clear in saying, in substance, the power of the president is much inferior to that of the British king. and warned that the history of human conduct does not warrant that exalted opinion of human virtue that would make it wise to commit interests of such a kind, to just one magistrate. So the question is, does this still apply today? And some folks say, well, my goodness, that presidents have a special foreign affairs power, but indeed, as was indicated, there are a lot of powers of the presidency that are derivative. That is, the president's commander-in-chief, but it is Congress that creates the military, funds the military, sets the laws of war, and decides whether there is a war for their commander-in-chief to fight. Others worry about changing circumstances, but let's look at the Iran war. There is no imminence there that could prevent going to Congress and asking for a conditional declaration of war. Spanish-American War, in fact, had a conditional declaration of war. Congress said the president had authority to act under certain circumstances if Spain did not, in fact, withdraw its military from Cuba. It's not a war that I favor. Nevertheless, there, Congress knew how to do it. It said, we want this to happen. You have authority under these conditions. And if there's no doubt, it should be that presidents routinely abuse their power. And that tells us why the founders wanted to put this power in the hands of Congress. Obviously, there's some struggle here. Obviously, there are going to be arguments over what is defensive, what is offensive. But the founders were very clear. A president could act in emergencies in defense. Thomas Jefferson said, even reprisals, after an incident has happened, even reprisals required presidential authority because there was no imminence. That if the president wanted to act militarily without an imminent threat, that in fact he should go to Congress. And chief executives who cared about the Constitution admitted this. George Washington, again, a man who I think we should be very thankful to, someone willing to step away from power and setting what should be a continuing example, said that the Constitution vests the power of declaring war with Congress. Therefore, no offensive expedition of importance can be undertaken until they shall have deliberated on the subject and authorized such a measure. This is a man who is at the Constitutional Convention for whom the presidency in many ways was designed, where almost everyone at that convention expected him to be the president. This is a shared problem. Most presidents of most parties want to violate this provision, and frankly, Congresses prefer not to be bothered. They would much prefer not to take responsibility. Let the president act. If it goes well, I applaud. If it goes badly, I carp. But please, please don't ask me to make this hard decision and have to justify it. And to this, I want to hold up Barack Obama. Republicans told him to bomb Syria over chemical weapons. He said, okay, Congress, please give me authority. And all of a sudden, even Republican Party members ran for the hills because they found they were getting 100-to-1 calls against this from their constituents, and they suddenly lost their enthusiasm for going to war. And I think that President Obama brilliantly showed the hypocrisy that we unfortunately lived through. Congress needs to act. What we see today with the president who is, shall we say at very least in my view, disturbed, and one can think of other words to use as well, emphasizes the absolute importance of Congress taking on this power. And looking for the future, number one, Congress must use its power of the purse. It needs to limit what the president does. It needs to vote disapproval of the current military action. And it also needs to be prepared to impeach a president who has acted illegally and unconstitutionally. Thank you.
Well, that's a lot to follow up on, to bookend this. It's very humbling for me to be part of such an esteemed panel. But I, just through my history with the Iran Task Force at CIA and what's going on currently with Iran, I keep being reminded, and I'm not trying to make light of the situation at all, I keep being reminded of Captain Barbossa's quote when he said that, the code is more like what you'd call guidelines than real rules. And that seems to be what's been happening, I think, with the Constitution I felt that that was the case when I worked at the CIA. It's like we knew the rules. And I also worked at the Office of General Counsel in the CIA. We knew the rules, but there were loose guidelines. We wanted to make sure, one, the first priority was not getting caught breaking those rules. And if the rule was broken and if there were questions, to make sure to wave the national security flag to stop any of those questions from going forward. Even the courts won't tread upon that water with regard to questioning operations. But when it comes to Iran, yes, true, it's been decades of the U.S. interfering with Iran. When I joined the CIA, I mean, of course, right now it's 47 years since 1979, the revolution. When I joined the CIA, I was only there within a short window of that time. But I could tell immediately when I was with the Iran Task Force and the Counterproliferation Division as well, that this has been an ongoing operation, not for peace in Iran, but regime change in Iran to justify war. And I was struck by how many years after 1979, that anger, that drive for revenge was still there at the CIA. And it was still just burning and waiting for the right opportunity to be exploded, to get its revenge back upon, how dare Iran kick the U.S. out, kick out our leader that we put in place. So, it was 47 years, this operation. And when it came to intelligence, when I joined the CIA, and I'm sure as many others, joining the CIA to help defend this country, protect our national interests, to protect, the national defense. However, with the Iran Task Force, were we there, I got more of the impression that we're not exactly gathering intelligence, but creating intelligence to justify war. I was involved with Operation Merlin, which was designed to to thwart the Iranian nuclear program. I quickly found out that it was more something that was dangerous enough to accelerate if they even had a program. My choice to speak up about that landed me in a different turn in life. But I certainly wondered, after the fact and during, it's like, is this actually something designed to stop Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon? Or is it something designed to continue the rhetoric, to justify the rhetoric, to essentially plant evidence? Enough to say, okay, here's our evidence, we're going to go to war. We got the same theater from Iraq going on. It's like, the justification for war. And I've been thinking about all of this, of course, from the Iran standpoint. It's like, my viewpoint when I was there is that Iran neither had the capability nor the desire to attack the U.S. Where is the imminence here? I did not see, feel, or was operating on the fact of any sort of imminence with regard to Iran attacking this country. Yet, above our area, it's like intelligence, it was being gathered more so for political purposes. It wasn't defense of the country. So this is the political line that we have, and we want you to either have disinformation about Iran's nuclear program or outright fabricate that information in order to continue the rhetoric. We've had to keep up that Iran is a bad guy for 47 years. And within that, of course, they become a nuclear power. But it's all deception. It's all part of the deception to keep them as the enemy. Now, what I was struck by in his last presidential address, Trump mentioned how previous administrations during this 47 years didn't have the guts to essentially pull the trigger. But what was the justification for him to pull the trigger? There was absolutely none. It was a absolute ignorance, you can take that term whatever way you want, and denying or outright refusing to accept the reality of the intelligence that was put before him. Thinking about this, like, how could it not how could this administration not conceive the fact that attacking Iran was going to have an impact on the rest of the world? I mean, one of the first things that I kind of thought of, you attack Iran, what is Iran going to do? Strait of Hormuz. Well, that happened. I try to be hopeful that there was someone in the room and someone presenting to them, it's like, do not do this. It's not worth it. It's not going to cause regime change. It's going to destabilize the region even more. But, you know, someone has to listen to those words as well. And I'm not sure what to make of President Trump with regard, because, and I was especially struck by the comment he made about an entire civilization is going to die. You know, I was part of that mechanism with Iran as a target. I got to know as much of the culture as I could. I learned Farsi. And to hear an American president say he's going to, you know, they're all going to die. I don't think anyone joins the CIA, or I would hope no one joins the CIA or even our military with the purpose of we are going to kill an entire nation. We're going to kill, you know, an entire civilization. That's not what I joined the CIA for. I joined to protect this country, not to continue or be a warmonger country, as he has done. And excuse me for stepping back, you know, because I feel it's like, well, someone may think I'm speaking rather hypocritically because, hey, I was with the Iran task force. I was with the evil, you know, Temple of Doom CIA sort of thing. But no, I had a conscience. And a lot of people have consciences. And I think it was really difficult for me to see the rule of law being treated like guidelines. Again, working at the Office of General Counsel, you know, absolutely always knew the Constitution, it was there. It was really known. It was acknowledged, but acknowledged as something that might get in the way of operations, especially operations coming from on high to continue the rhetoric on Iran, continue vilifying Iran to the point where there's going to be justification for an attack. We went through the scenario with Iraq, as I had mentioned earlier. This whole drama, the theater of placing Iraq as imminently about to attack the U.S. with nuclear weapons. I was flabbergasted by that. You know, it's like the theater was wonderfully just perverse. The way they were able to prevent this country that had been hampered for so many years, had a northern and southern no-fly zone, yet that country, they made it sound like there was Iraqi troops, you know, aligned at the Canadian border about to attack. And how many other administrations have said, well, Iran, nuclear weapons, they're a threat to the world, an imminent threat to U.S. interests. However, that's all part of the deception. That's been a part of the deception. Iran has been hampered by how many years of, you know, backbreaking sanctions, you know, upon its people. And I had always thought, well, with the uprisings in Iran, maybe there will be regime change without our meddling, maybe a sort of natural regime change. That certainly happened in 1979. It could happen again for the betterment of the people in Iran. Yet the U.S. has meddled within Iran, and now we're bombing Iran. There's a ceasefire, but I have to wonder, you know, from an intelligence standpoint and from the history of what I've seen, is this another ploy while he's gathering the troops ready for another attack just to put them in a false sense of security? I think those sort of things have to be considered. And I think also, as he's going to have to find more reason to justify this blatant aggression against another country, he's going to have to start coming up with more concrete reasons as to why our military have been bombing Iran. So do not be surprised. And I have no idea. I've been outside of the CIA for quite some time. But do not be surprised if he comes back to more of the just trying to find justification or presenting justification for that Iran was imminently developing nuclear weapons. Don't trust any of it. Do not trust any of it. I tried to bring up this situation before with Congress. The dangers, the illegality of such measures. I won't go into what happened after that. But what it comes down to, I think, is, if the rules, if the Constitution is just a guideline, then the only check on real power, isn't the law anymore. What happens is the check on power becomes the conscience of those people in the room. At one time, I was in that room. I tried to stand up. I tried to say, what's going on here? But what about the conscience of the people in the room with Trump? I'm wondering, do they have one? Are they human? But we got, there's this wonderful legal structure and history that we have in this country. But it's being completely ignored. It's being treated like a guideline. This isn't a country of guidelines. This is a country of law, a country of the rule of law. This administration has shown that whatever his purposes are, his goals are more important for this country than the laws of this country. I take exception to that. I've taken exception to that in other moves that this administration has done. But this is the ultimate. This is that 47 years of operations against Iran reaching its climax, and without any sort of congressional oversight, without any sort of real acknowledgement of the law that should have prevented it. So, and he's not even bothering so much with the imminence of nuclear weapons in Iran. He just went ahead and pulled the trigger. I hate to use that analogy, but that's exactly what he's done. And for someone who used to work in the intelligence community and focused on Iran, first and foremost, the regime is not, I by no means support that regime. Absolutely not. Again, I was saying there may be more of a possibility of natural regime change for the betterment of the people without our meddling. So it kind of hurt when I saw that. I was a part of the machine that developed and has essentially been destroying a nation. And you have a president, and I never thought I'd ever hear a member of Congress or any politician, let alone the president, say that an entire civilization is going to die. So I wonder, at what point will members of Congress say, okay, enough of this guideline stuff. We need to follow the law. And just to add a little perspective on all this, and I hope I've kind of given the ground level view of what has been happening and the structure and everything. And I just hope that there is some change. We need change. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists. Now we're going to have time for questions. There is a microphone in the middle of the room. Please feel free to approach it or we can bring it to you. And let's get some questions. Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank four very eloquent, knowledgeable, and people seem to have a moral compass, for the wonderful responses. I'd like to ask a little bit about the United States history that Doug especially was going into, basically Stephen Kinzer's All the Shah's Men, about our history. Have we ever apologized for the torture regime of the Savak? Have we ever apologized for Flight 655 that killed the 65 children? Or we have apologized for killing the 165 girls between the age of 7 and 12? I mean, George Bush said we would never apologize.
Yeah, I was going to mention the George H.W. Bush quote. We did, pay compensation. We did finally acknowledge that, in fact, but that was it. And I'm not aware of ever apologizing for support for regimes like the Shah. I mean, that is always left out of any discussion. I mean, of course, when this issue comes up, their view, that's ancient history. Well, it's easy to be ancient history if you're in the United States. It's not so easy to ancient history if you're actually Iranian. And in so much of, I mean, the U.S. has a long history, especially during the Cold War, still exists to some degree. I mean, the president said of Mohammed bin Salman after he murdered and then chopped up Jamal Khashoggi, who I knew, had lunch with, and was on a panel with at one point. His comment was, "I saved his ass." Exactly why one should save the ass of a thug, who loots his own country and murders and dismembers, but there's never been an apology there. Much of the Gulf, I mean, the UAE is also hardly a pleasant democracy. The president is not particularly concerned about those issues. It's a real failing on our part, and we see that in Latin America, Central America, obviously, in particular. I mean, all over. So it's a very ugly history.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually was a little bit surprised that Mr. Nader thought that former presidents could take a lead in opposing this, because it's not, or I hope no one here thinks, gee, I just woke up and we have a horrible president. Because if you look at what happened from the Iraq War, the torture, and no one was prosecuted, Obama, the drone killings of Americans, Libya, and then we had in the last Congress, when South Africa brought the charge of genocide to the International Criminal Court, 200 congressmen signed a letter denouncing South Africa. So now here we are, which shouldn't really be surprising, and Trump is wholeheartedly, absolutely impeachable. I appreciate he is a walking case for impeachment, absolutely. My concern is to make this case in such a way that actually unifies the American people as opposed to plays into partisan division, because what we have seen is actually a march to this point. And I think we, the American people, have to be very honest with ourselves why we think it is acceptable, why we did not stop a genocide after 2 years, why we allow pedophiles to run the government. At least that's what it looks like from the Epstein case. So I'm curious about the thinking of targeting Trump for impeachment, which he richly deserves, in such a way that actually would make the nation better, get people to wake up and change their entire approach to policy.
If I may. First of all, as someone who has approached this issue of presidential accountability and congressional responsibility consistently, without regard to party, who sued President Clinton over the bombing of Serbia, sued President Bush over the attack on Iraq, and sued President Obama over Libya. I think one of the things that we must acknowledge is that this abandonment of Congress's responsibility and this abandonment of presidential accountability with respect to Article 1, Section 8 did not begin with Donald Trump by any means. And that's really important that we state that, because if we're going to unify the American people on this question, it has to be stated pretty clearly that Congress and presidents have been remiss in terms of accountability and responsibility, and that this is not a partisan matter. And so what does that mean? It means that we have to take care about our own rhetoric. We have to hew very closely to facts, that we not embellish any projective observations about the state of a president's health, which is an issue for the 25th Amendment. This relates specifically to whether or not presidential power has been abused. And so your point is extremely important, and the manner in which we proceed has to be looking for those things that unite the American people, and I do think that's possible, and it particularly depends on the manner in which we proceed. Thank you.
Hi, Sam Husseini, sort of following up on that. Obviously, looking at things legally is of paramount, but strategically, doesn't it make sense to get impeachment out of the partisan game by having a Republican and a Democrat do it, and furthermore pledge to do it in the future, regardless of the party? And obviously Massey would be the obvious person and a Democrat, and then that crystallizes a pro-law constitutional center that therefore shames the rest of Congress. And if I could, a second question. Part of the subservience of Congress is its incapacity to acknowledge Israel's nuclear weapons arsenal. There's a gag order on this, and even at the outer limits, Representative Castro recently questioned a Republican, a Trump administration official about Israel's nuclear weapons, and Trump's administration not acknowledging it without himself, Castro, acknowledging Israel's nuclear weapons capacity. Doesn't this desperately need to be confronted directly? There's a gag order that in effect subverts constitutional government. If you can't talk about Israel's nukes from an executive gag order, then what's Congress actually doing here? Thank you.
Look, the issue of, I do a lot of media, and I tell people that Israel is a domestic political issue as much as it is a foreign policy issue. I do think that the context is changing and changing very importantly. And the irony of Benjamin Netanyahu's premiership is he may be the person who destroys Israel's stranglehold on American politics. I mean, he went very partisan, especially in the Obama years. And that had an impact, but especially Gaza and the images of Gaza have helped transform the issue. Even among Republicans, under 50-year-old Republicans are evenly divided on Israel. Even younger evangelicals break with their parents on this issue and see the need for justice for Palestinians. So I think that we are moving into a world, especially as older Democratic leadership dies off and younger comes up. But that's extraordinarily important. And the obvious hypocrisy on the nuclear issue, where a nuclear armed power is constantly telling us we must bomb the other folks because they might get nuclear weapons, is kind of an extraordinary, image. And I think that is clearly one of the very important aspects that has to be dealt with. And it's going to remain a political challenge. And I think I appreciated the Congressman's comment about in the early answer to the earlier question that we have to think, how do we reach across boundaries? I mean, one of the things when I talk about Israel, I always say this is not an issue of a Jewish lobby, this is the Israel lobby. There are more Christian Zionists in America than there are Jewish Zionists, if you look at numbers, heavily evangelical. That we need to be very clear how we speak. And, I work with a group called Telos. It's headed by an Arab American. And he said he's pro-Israeli, he's pro-Palestinian. He is not going out there to attack Israelis, but he wants justice for Palestinians. He wants a solution that takes in. I think we have to think rhetorically how we deal with this, how we approach it. But I think especially in light of the violence we see today in the West Bank, the settlers. I mean, there's so much there. But the nuclear issue is clearly one point to come in on and say you cannot talk about an Iranian nuclear weapon without taking into account the fact that Israel has one as well, and that should be part of the discussion.
My point was members of Congress address those issues that you talk about now. None forthrightly address the nuclear issue, which is kind of
Well, they
remarkable.
prefer not to talk about it because Israel refuses to talk about it. So you're not rewarded if you're a member of Congress and you talk about it.
If I may just add very quickly on this point, and Sam, thank you for your consistent commitment for peace and for humanity. The deeper issue, which at some point we need to get into, that beyond the scope of even this important meeting, is getting rid of all nuclear weapons. I mean, no matter who has them. And that's the deeper issue that we have here. Anyone who has them, because any nuclear weapon is a threat to all humanity.
We have a few minutes left.
I'd like to just add to the question of bipartisan support finally to stop these things. I think we as a country have been isolated from the hell of war. We haven't been attacking, other than 9/11, and that burned as it should have within our collective subconscious and our collective feelings about this country. Yet we really haven't felt the sting of war. When that happens, I think we will see, if we get to that point in Iran, and that point would be troops going in, and when we start getting those numbers of U.S. dead, military dead. I mean, that was one of the tipping points for Vietnam. The tally of the U.S. soldiers killed. We need a shock to the system, and maybe that shock will, get rid of these party lines and get back to reality.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Maximilian Alvarez from the Real News Network. It's a real honor to be here with all of you and to be streaming this incredibly important event. I know we got hundreds of people live watching now, and I just wanted to kind of raise a question from our channel, our viewers who are tuning into this right now. As we go around the country reporting on, working class struggles all over the place, I think one of the takeaways that I've heard over the past 5 years from your average American is that democracy doesn't mean anything to anyone anymore. And so I'm constantly reminded of Astor Taylor's book title, Democracy May Not Exist, but We'll Miss It When It's Gone. I think we're in a moment of like that reckoning right now. But I want to pose the question in terms of rhetorical, political, organizing strategy of how do we use the term democracy when that term has been so thoroughly, bankrupted by both parties, over the course of our lifetimes. And when working people on a regular day-to-day basis have no real democratic participation to speak of or grasp onto, whether that be, in their workplaces or whether that be with their own representatives. So I guess my question is rather than rely on a version of democracy that we were taught as kids, what is our message to the American people of what democracy even means right now?
Well, if I may, because this is something that I've thought about throughout my whole career, and I've come to this conclusion. You cannot have a political democracy without an economic democracy. And President Trump has made it very clear that we're moving away from an economic democracy, since he has said even recently, I'll paraphrase, but it's close, forget about the federal government funding Medicare, Medicaid, child care, put that on the states. We're about funding defense. Well, as was pointed out, $200 billion is on the table for additional funding for Iran, or war against Iran. The 2027 so-called National Defense Authorization Act would give $1.5 trillion annually, almost a 50% increase in the current almost $1 trillion annually. Close to 80% of discretionary spending. The space for an economic democracy keeps closing. And so the implications of what you're saying are profound, because if we're going to, people talk about taking back the country. You can't speak about taking back the country if the wealth keeps accelerating to the top. There's more and more billionaires and more poor people. How does that happen? The middle class, gone. So this is an underscoring the urgency of holding a president to account who it just wants to run up the spending for more and more wars, when the real weapons of mass destruction are lack of access to health care, lack of access to decent education, lack of access to true retirement security, lack of access to safe neighborhoods. We've got things to take care of here at home. So that's my response. Anybody want to add?
Yeah, I think I would add just one question: how we get back to democracy when it's been such a just a concept. I think let's ask a question of the American people. with this administration, it's just a point-blank question that's been asked before. Do you feel safe? Do you feel safer with Donald Trump as your president? So I think that can cause and hopefully make some soul-searching and us get back to democracy and the rule of law.
Thank you. We have time for 2 more questions, and we have to cut it off because we have to keep the trains running, and there's so much more to be said today. Thank you.
Like
Please.
the gentleman just a moment ago, I would like to hear more discussion about Israel and its role in American foreign policy, and discussion of what President Trump's motivations were for waging war in Iran, and was that on the behest of Israel and Netanyahu, or is there a case to be made that it was for any other reason? And is there any point in opposing the war in Iran while continuing to cultivate our close ties with Israel, on whose behalf we've gone to war so many times in the Mideast?
I mean, there's a huge set of issues involved in that. Americans' relationship to Israel in part comes out of the Holocaust. It comes out of the creation of Israel after the end of World War II. It reflects a feeling of the Jewish people needing a homeland, of the early years of Israel being beleaguered and surrounded by enemies. There's so much there of imagery, of values, of things. There's a heroic story there that appealed to the American people. It became part of the Cold War with Richard Nixon versus the Soviets, the Yom Kippur War. The last presidents who were willing to at least challenge Israel in certain ways, Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. Reagan called Menachem Begin after the invasion of Lebanon and said, stop it. Why do we have Hezbollah? Well, Israel invaded Lebanon going after the PLO and did enormous damage to the Lebanese population, and that helped create, out of that came Shia resistance. There's a lot of complexity there. I think that Benjamin Netanyahu, he admits he spent 40 years hoping basically to destroy Iran. And he said, finally, after 40 years, I'm achieving my objective. So I think he played a very important role in convincing the president to stage this war. I want to emphasize that do not blame Benjamin Netanyahu. Donald Trump made the choice. So we should not, I think it's important there. I don't like the role that Israel has played within American politics, but let us not blame Israel. If I was Benjamin Netanyahu with those objectives, I would play the same cards. Our problem is our president. We need to address this then within our own system. We have to address American interests. On Iran, I would simply say, I don't believe that there's a significant American interest at stake. There's certainly nothing imminent that requires war. And we had a diplomatic solution with the JCPOA under President Obama. If we had worked on that and used that, I think we could have had an Iranian middle class. We would have encouraged transformation within Iran. We would not be where we are today had Trump not gotten rid of that 10 years ago.
Thank you, Doug. Please.
So I had some of the same kind of questions when it comes to Israel. I've been on Capitol Hill for the last couple of years, addressing Congress in the different offices, Republican, Democrat, it doesn't matter to me. Because my concern is that while it was President Trump's decision to ultimately bomb Iran, like right now, we're supposed to be in an immediate ceasefire in Iran. Israel right now is still bombing. So there is no ceasefire physically, let's say. It is on paper. And we do a lot of talking about that, right? Paper discussions. Let me be polite in what I'm saying. Let me act like there's no political parties. The Republican Party is in play here, in this particular Congress, in the presidency. And so for us to say, well, we don't have this. So my concern is that we don't talk enough about Israel's implications, interference in our government. The Constitution doesn't allow for that, but yet here we are. Money, budget. A lot of that budget goes to Israel. We have to talk about that as well. So my question is what direction should we go without saying, oh, this is really complex, or we shouldn't talk about politics? We're a bunch of grown adults. We should not be monitoring each other's language. So I'm just trying to figure out from all three of you, because I'm a veteran. I used to work for the FAA, and I'm retired. now, and on Capitol Hill, and on the streets fighting for all of our rights.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, too. We don't have time to talk with all three panelists. I don't know if you're standing in line as well still, but we have to be courteous to the next group of panels because there's a packed day. Do you have a comment or a question?
Very quick comment. It's quite ironic to talk about regime change when we look at the state of our democracy. We don't have the right to extend ideological democracies on other people when we have a mess at home. It's not okay to say that we don't have a democracy here. We have the structure of a democracy. What we have, or what we don't have, is a population that actively engages. They may or may not vote. You can only have a democracy if you engage with the process. It's very wonderful to suggest that there needs to be bipartisan support for an impeachment resolution, but there has to be a reliable constituency that comes together to support those members of Congress. When Dennis was in Congress, we were lucky. He just stood up and he said he did the right thing because he did the right thing. And you know what? We lost because of it, but he did the right thing. We now need to mobilize people. We're in an election year. It's really important that people understand that a democratic process is only democratic when you actively engage.
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening, and please stay tuned for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Terrific. Thank you. Really so well spoken. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know who you are. How you been?
Good, good. Thank you for. I'll speak briefly for that.
I remember the book, too. We never stop.
I know. And I'll sit there. I'll move it. Yeah. Great.
I do not have a card. I can.
How much time do we give?
Thought I should have been adopted. Maybe that's JA7. JA Sterling 7. Number 7. Yeah. My hand. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, good to see you.
You build it, they will come. Oh, sure. Start where they start. Okay. Otherwise, this panel will have no people.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in just a minute. Everyone can take their seats. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Bonifaz. I'm the co-founder and president of Free Speech for People. We're a national nonprofit organization dedicated to defending our Constitution and our democracy across the country. We're honored to be one of the co-sponsors of this symposium today, and I want to thank Ralph Nader and Bruce Fein for convening us. At Free Speech for People, we have been engaged for more than 15 years since our launching on the day of the Citizens United ruling from the Supreme Court in multiple fights to protect our republic, fighting against big money in politics, protecting our right to vote in our elections, and confronting abuse of power and corruption at the highest levels of our government. We have been leading an impeachment campaign against this lawless president at impeachtrumpagain.org, where we've been extensively documenting the multiple abuses of power Donald Trump has committed since taking the oath of office again. We now have 27 grounds for impeachment of this president. And at Impeach Trump Again, more than 1 million people across the country have signed our petition and joined us in demanding that Congress do its duty under Article 2, Section 4, the impeachment clause, and invoke that power to begin impeachment proceedings against this lawless president. The framers were clear. The framers were clear. There would be no monarchs, no tyrants who would govern this nation, no kings in America. They set out to establish 3 co-equal branches of government in the United States Constitution. Article 1 for the United States Congress, Article 2 for the presidency, and Article 3 for the judiciary. 3 co-equal branches of government. No kings in America. But they set up an extra guardrail for that day when a president would so trample on the rule of law, so trample on the Constitution, that that president would need to be removed via the impeachment process. That is Article 2, Section 4, the impeachment clause. We have reached that day. Today, at this historic symposium, we're discussing abuses of power around war powers, threats to our elections, and corruption in the White House. But there are, of course, many more. This president has committed multiple impeachable offenses, launching this nation into an illegal and unconstitutional war against Iran, unleashing ICE, a private army for him, to terrorize our communities across this country, kidnapping people off the streets and sending them to foreign torture prisons, illegally detaining and removing residents without due process of law, detaining thousands of people in inhumane internment camps, attacking the United States Congress, freezing public funds that have been duly appropriated, trillions of dollars, without any authority whatsoever freezing those funds, attacking the United States judiciary, defying multiple court orders the federal courts have issued across the country, threatening to execute members of Congress, intimidating federal judges and inciting political violence against them, pardoning 1,500 of his fellow insurrectionists for an insurrection that he incited on January 6, 2021, and engaging in rampant corruption in the White House, treating the Oval Office as a profit-making enterprise at the public expense, violating the foreign and domestic emoluments clauses. The list goes on. The list goes on, and I urge you to join us at impeachtrumpagain.org in this fight for our republic. Now, I understand that perhaps some viewers today will look at this and say, well, we've tried this before. We've tried this. Donald Trump was impeached twice. He wasn't convicted. We need to move on. Or now is not the time to talk about impeachment. We have 3 responses to this at Free Speech for People. Number 1, we either have a constitution or we don't. We either have an impeachment clause or we don't. If we're not going to invoke the impeachment power at this critical moment for our nation, then we might as well say we're giving up on the United States Constitution. We refuse to give up on the United States Constitution. Number two, when we do not name these actions for what they are, high crimes against the state, we normalize this conduct. These are not policy disputes. These are abuses of power, high crimes, and we must name them as such. And number three, members of Congress take the very same oath that Donald Trump took on January 20th, 2025, to protect and defend the Constitution. They have a duty, a sworn duty, to uphold that oath and to invoke the impeachment power today. Now, 24 hours ago, as Teresa Amato highlighted in the last panel, this president issued a genocidal threat against the people of Iran. That alone is a basis for his immediate impeachment and removal. Many members of Congress took to the airwaves, took to their social media, and said now was the time to invoke the 25th Amendment to the Constitution. As Congressman Kucinich said, the question of the 25th Amendment is distinct from the question of impeachment. And in this case, both apply. But it is not transparent. It is not honest for members of Congress to solely talk about invoking the 25th Amendment, a power that must be invoked by the Vice President and a majority of the Cabinet, without also facing up to their own responsibility to invoke the impeachment power at this time. And that is what is so critical about this symposium today and its timing. We are going to talk in this panel about Donald Trump's threat to our elections. And I'm going to introduce our two distinguished panelists. Bruce Fein is a constitutional lawyer and scholar, having served as Assistant Deputy Attorney General and General Counsel of the Federal Communications Commission under President Ronald Reagan. Mr. Fein is the author of Constitutional Peril, The Life and Death Struggle for Our Constitution and Democracy, an American Empire Before the Fall. He has testified before Congress as an expert witness over 200 times. Oliver Hall is the founder, executive director, and general counsel for the Center for Competitive Democracy. He is the author of Death by 1,000 Signatures, The Rise of Restricted Ballot Access Laws, and the Decline of Electoral Competition in the United States, published by the Seattle University Law Review, and he has also written for Counterpunch and the Philadelphia Inquirer. We will have time for questions following their remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I'd like to make a few remarks relating to the earlier panel before we get into the electoral issue and the potential use of the Insurrection Act to send the military to obstruct or disrupt the November elections. But one, I don't think we should be surprised about Iran. If we go back to 1950 in Korea, President Harry Truman said it was a police action. He didn't have any authority to engage in a war involving 3 million Chinese, hundreds of thousands of Americans, millions of casualties, and indeed a risk of nuclear war that General MacArthur wanted to use against the Chinese. And that, the American Congress concluded, was not a war requiring a congressional declaration. So if you take Korea as a benchmark of presidential usurpations of the war power, what Trump is doing is minor compared to Harry Truman. Second thing I want to underscore is that what we are doing in Iran is the crime of criminal aggression that we ourselves expounded and championed at the post-World War II Nuremberg Tribunal. We wrote the charter, defined aggressive war, mainly defined as war not in self-defense, as criminal. Moreover, it wasn't just criminal as to the country. There were individuals who would be vulnerable to criminal prosecution as they were at Nuremberg. I think I'm perhaps the only one who's read all 19,600 words of the Nuremberg Tribunal transcript. There were 8 high-level Nazis who were sentenced to death for engaging in aggressive war, beginning with Hermann Goering, von Ribbentrop, Alfred Jodl. Don't need to go through all of them. We sentenced them to death. They invaded Poland, invaded Denmark, Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, France, then later the Soviet Union. So if we apply our own standard to what is ongoing now in Iran, it's not just obliterating the civilization. We already committed the crime of aggressive war, started at least 6 weeks ago. If we apply our own standard, we would be criminally prosecuting, the triumvirate of Trump, Rubio, Hegseth, and others. The other thing that to me is astonishing is that in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, you have an obligation to disobey a clearly illegal order. The orders to attack Iran are clearly illegal under any standard, whereas there's no compliance with that obligation. During the Nuremberg Tribunal, many of the defendants said, if we opposed Hitler, we would be killed immediately. They'd send the Gestapo. So we acted under duress. Our response was tough. You're not going to participate in a crime of aggression. Even when it was likely, knowing Hitler's past conduct, maybe they wouldn't end up at Auschwitz with the Jews, but they'd be killed if they opposed Adolf Hitler. That's not what's confronting, Hegseth and Rubio. So the standards that we are applying to others and have in the past, we can completely ignore with regard to ourselves. That's the definition of lawlessness. It's not the rule of law. It reminds me in a little bit of Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. All nations are equal, but some are more equal than others. It's the epitome of arbitrary compliance with the law. I'd also make there was a question about trying to regularize impeachment so it doesn't degenerate into a partisan conflict. I have for over 10 years drafted what I call resolutions defining what are impeachable offenses in advance. Moreover, I say they won't take effect until the next president is elected because you don't want to have accusations you're just targeting the incumbent. Congress does nothing, That Ted Yoho introduced them for once, but it didn't really go anyplace. Now I want to the last thing I'd approach before we go into the electoral danger. The president has said, number one, that we at this moment are being invaded by Venezuela, and we're at war with them. Not only that, they're not the only enemy. We're invaded by drug traffickers in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific, and we can use the military to kill them and slaughter them, which we are in the hundreds. I mean, this is what I call the mauling of the English language, so that words don't mean anymore. President Trump has stated he can define anybody he wants as an enemy and use the military to exterminate them. No limits, none. That's not the definition of dictatorship. And I go back, why are we surprised? This is July 23rd, 2019. Donald Trump, his express words, then I have Article 2, where I have the right to do anything I want as president. Now, when he said that, I said, well, Congress should be impeaching him right now. Because remember, impeachment isn't trying to repair a devastation after it's already been inflicted. It's prophylactic. It's as clear as Adolf Hitler in Mein Kampf. That's what he was going to do as soon as he had that kind of power. Now, let's go to the electoral issue. The first thing I want to say is that some would argue, well, we haven't had the election yet, so how can you have impeachment? Well, impeachable offenses apply when there's a clear and present danger that you're going to be thrown off the cliff. You don't have to wait till it already happens. If you look at the signs that Mr. Trump is going to invoke the Insurrection Act, which means that he can call out the military if he comes up with an excuse as to why the laws can't be enforced. And I can already write the executive order, Donald Trump. The Chinese are invading, they've stolen all of our election machinery, and tens of millions of illegal aliens are voting, you know. You're right, you know exactly what he would put in his executive order, and therefore he's invoking the Insurrection Act, and he's sending the military to seize the voting machines, to occupy voting places, and we're going to have to cancel the election until we have a more pacific moment and we can ensure the integrity of the outcome. Now, that may or may not happen, but the fact that I could make that statement to this audience and you don't think I'm deranged, you think that's possible. I mean, that is really alarming. It's frightening, to be candid. No other president in history has ever insinuated anything like that. To suggest that other presidents have done the same thing, I believe presidents have committed impeachable offenses. I've been trying to impeach presidents going back at least 25 years. But this takes it to a new level. And this really is, I say, it's a Fort Sumter type in November potential, which to my mind is clearly an impeachable offense. Remember, he's told the Republicans, hey, you gotta win the midterms because the Democrats will impeach me, and I don't want to go through that. He's also raised the question, I don't really see why we have a need to have elections anyway. After all, you know, he's the president, and if the only thing that constrains him is his moral conscience, which is a fantasy, he can do anything he wants. And I think what also fortifies the belief that Trump will try to cancel the November 26 elections for Congress is to reflect on his behavior and approach to Mike Pence on the morning of January 6, 2021. He tells Mr. Pence, choose between me or the Constitution. He was willing to say that to his vice president, even acknowledging that he knew what the Constitution was about, but he wanted him not to do that. Now, if he would stoop to that and pardon all the people who attacked the Capitol with the purpose of preventing the counting of state-certified electoral votes, state-certified meaning they had survived 61 lawsuits brought by Trump in his committees, to what extent would he go to try to cancel the November 2026 elections? He's already shown how far he's willing to go on January 6th. And he's not expressed any remorse whatsoever with that. And in addition to these actions and words of President Trump, he's already issued executive orders, notwithstanding the Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, if you want to say it, that the rules for elections are with the states, but Congress can override in some instances. The president is conspicuously omitted of any power at all. He's already issued executive orders saying, hey, we're going to decide at the presidential level who gets to vote, how votes are counted. Most recently, he did just, I think, a week ago. So it's clear that he believes he can run the country in November 2026 by executive order, and his lust for power is clear. And so, in my view, that justifies, based upon what he's already stated, impeachment and removal from office forthwith.
Thank you.
Take it over.
Thank you, Mr. Fein. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Bruce. I'd like to try to add to your case that we do face a clear and imminent danger, clear and present danger, with respect to the electoral process and the threat to it posed by Donald Trump. But first, the subject of no kings has come up a few times today, and I wanted to say a word or two about that because I've been to the No Kings rallies, and they're kind of oddly joyous occasions in a way because you're there and so many people turn out, and you realize how many people care about the issues that we're talking about today. That said, I do think they have I think their messaging is a little bit off, and that's because I don't think Donald Trump wants to be a king. Kings are not elected. And I think Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. And like other dictators, he wants to pretend to be elected. If you look at recent dictators in our recent history, Saddam Hussein, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, these dictators claim to have been elected and then re-elected by margins of 95, 98, 99% of the vote, right? It makes you wonder what happened to that brave 1% who voted against them. But that's what I think Donald Trump wants, because an election like that, at least gives them the veneer of legitimacy as an elected leader. And that's something that a king would not have. That said, I think Donald Trump does pose a clear and present danger to the electoral process. And why do I think that? Well, he like he so often does, has already floated out trial balloons, right? He has sort of mentioned, well, what if we have to nationalize the 2026 elections and control them with federal agencies and regulate them with the federal, who knows, the militia. And he's also said, I think it was when President Zelensky from Ukraine was visiting, that it was a joke, I guess. He quipped that he might have to cancel the 2028 presidential election, as Zelensky did in a time of war in Ukraine. Well, the White House calls those jokes, but as we know, many of these jokes often come to fruition. And so let's just put it this way, I wouldn't put anything past this president. That's one vote. How would Donald Trump do this? Well, it's clearly unconstitutional, as Bruce just mentioned. Article 1, Section 4, the Elections Clause, gives the power to regulate elections to the states and in some cases to Congress, which can pass laws to override state laws in the regulation of elections. The president is nowhere to be found in that clause. The president has zero authority to regulate the electoral process. Well, so how would Trump do it? Unfortunately, as Bruce mentioned, we don't need to speculate. The Washington Post recently reported that Trump's White House is circulating a draft executive order that would declare a national emergency based on false claims of interference by a foreign government in the 2020 election. And apparently the plan that it outlines includes banning mail-in ballots, requiring voters to re-register on short notice with proof of citizenship, and replacing the state administration of our elections with federal agencies. But why stop there? Would Donald Trump stop there? As Senator Mark Warren has written in the New York Times, once Trump has declared a national emergency, he could invoke emergency powers. What would that look like? Well, Trump could deploy federal agents to the polling places. How hard is that to imagine? We have the National Guard patrolling tourist areas here in Washington, D.C. as we speak. Trump could seize voting machines. He could seize ballots. Once that is done, all bets are off. The chain of custody from the voter in the polling booth to the elections official, a decentralized state or local elections official, has been broken, and the federal government is now in control of the evidence of the people's vote. Well, the thought has been expressed before today. It may seem hard to believe that such a thing would happen in this country, but maybe not so much anymore. Does anybody doubt that Donald Trump is capable of engaging in this kind of conduct? The man who yesterday threatened to annihilate an entire civilization. It's not so hard to imagine. Anyway, we know he's capable of it because in 2020, he already did it in a different way, right? He incited a violent mob to storm the Capitol and to try to disrupt the congressional process of certifying the election. He had slates of fake electors who would vote for him as the winner of battleground states, even though he was the loser. And he didn't abandon this plan even after learning that mob was storming the Capitol and chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," his own vice president, because Mike Pence did his constitutional duty and would not participate in Trump's unconstitutional plan. Flash forward to the recent past. Just this past January, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard was on the scene in Fulton County, Georgia, when law enforcement seized ballots and voting machines from the 2020 presidential election. Now, this comes after Donald Trump and his allies lost 61 different lawsuits alleging fraud in the 2020 presidential election. Not one succeeded. So, is there a credible threat that Trump will unconstitutionally interfere with the 2026 elections? Of course there is. He said he might do it. We have reason to believe he has a specific plan to do it. And we know he's tried to do it before. So, what to do now? The 2026 elections are about 6 months away. Congress needs to act immediately to reclaim its authority over the regulation of elections. Congress is now on notice that Donald Trump has a specific plan, or at least is reported to have a specific plan, to nationalize the 2026 elections. Congress must take action to stop that. Obviously, it needs to investigate immediately. The facts need to come out. And once the facts are exposed, that can also have a prophylactic force against the unlawful actions that Donald Trump is reportedly currently contemplating. And then, of course, to bring it back to the theme of the day, if the evidence shows that Donald Trump has this plan to unconstitutionally nationalize the 2026 elections, he should absolutely be impeached. I want to say one final word about this subject, because in doing some reading for today's symposium, I came across an article from the New York Times, November 4th, 1973, under the headline, "White House Says Nader Tries to Whip Up Impeachment Drive." And the story was that Nader and his associate, if people haven't heard of Ralph Nader, he was famous as a consumer advocate at that time. He's gone on to do some things. But at that time, he was best known as a consumer advocate. And the story was that he and his associates were engaging in a campaign to make long-distance phone calls all across the country, trying to whip up support among the electorate to call for the impeachment of President Nixon. And there was a White House official quoted in the story, and he said, "Oh, this is an improper attempt by radical left-wing Democrats to steal an election they couldn't win at the ballot box." Does that sound familiar to anyone? Well, just eight months later, on August 9th, 1974, Nixon resigned. The point has been made before. Ralph made it actually himself without mentioning whatever role he may have played, that it starts out seeming impossible, then it seems possible, then probable, and then it happens. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce Fein. Thank you, Oliver Hall. We have time for questions. Please feel free to come to the mic and ask your question.
For a great panel. My name is Russell Mokhyber. I edit this paper, the Capitol Hill Citizen, anti-war paper covering Congress, available for everyone here out front. Question to the panel, and especially to Bruce. The Democratic Party is supposedly the opposition party. And yet you and Ralph organized this. There's not one member of Congress, Democrat or not, in this room. Why does it take you to organize it? Big question hovering over this event. Why aren't the Democrats pushing impeachment?
Well, there may be different motives, but certainly it wasn't because a lack of effort that we undertook to encourage members of Congress to attend. In fact, I was the one who exchanged communications with Jamie Raskin, in which he said to me, informal impeachment hearings are a good idea. We have to get the education effort underway. But then he retracted, or it was stated with insincerity. Now, I think that one of the most horrifying ideas, which has credence, is that the Democrats believe that by doing nothing, they will get more success in November. And therefore, they want Trump to help to destroy the nation, and they hope that they may be able to have an upper hand. So they would sell the nation out so they could get an electoral advantage. I know that kind of thinking was present. I was involved in the impeachment hearings of President Nixon. Jerome Walty of California said, well, let's just wait a little bit before we go forward on Nixon, because it'll to our electoral advantage for the momentum to operate against Mr. Nixon. So that's one reason I think the Democrats feel they actually will gain in November by doing nothing. The second is, I believe that there is what I call an epidemic here in Congress of constitutional illiteracy. They really do not understand our form of government. They don't understand checks and balances because for so long they've been an ink blot. They just assume the president can do anything. Now let me reveal a conversation, I can't go into details, that I overheard directly with a House Speaker yesterday, in which he's asked, how come you can't come out against the war against Iran? He says, I can't get in front of the president. It would engage separation of powers issues. Like the president decides that who goes to war or not. I said, well, how about the power of the purse? I mean, the ignorance that the House Speaker displayed, unfortunately, is not unique to him. It's characteristic. Congress has no clue what their powers are. Remember the earlier panel, the issue was raised, how come no member of Congress can say Israel has nuclear weapons? They can say it in the Knesset, but not here. You see, hey, that's kind of odd. There's something called the speech or debate clause, that you cannot do anything to a member of Congress in the exercise of legislative responsibilities for expressing ideas about nukes or otherwise. What's the problem here? The speech or debate clause, in fact, was used by then Senator Mike Gravel to republicize 47 volumes of the classified Pentagon Papers. And the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do anything to them. That's speech or debate protected. So we have a situation where the members of Congress have no clue what their authorities are. I know I'm up here all the time. There's statements made that have no connection to the U.S. Constitution, especially the power of the purse and the idea that the president has limitless power over foreign policy. That's simply not true. It's just an invention because it's been usurped for so long. So if you put those two things together, constitutional illiteracy and then this what I call an ulterior motive. Let them sit there, let them drive the country into the ditch, and then, hey, we'll be able to get power. It's the most repugnant ulterior motive you could imagine, because don't members of Congress take an oath to support and defend the Constitution before the party? Constitution doesn't mention political parties at all. But that seems to be kind of a quaint, obligation from the time of the founding.
Thank you, Bruce. I just want to add to everything Bruce has said, which I agree with, and to Russell's important question. There are exceptions to this question. Congressman Al Green of Texas has introduced on 2 separate occasions now in this term of Donald Trump articles of impeachment. In June of 2025, he introduced articles dealing with the then illegal bombing of Iran, and he forced a vote under House Rule 9. House Rule 9 allows for privileged resolutions, which include resolutions on impeachment, to go to the floor for a vote. Any member of Congress can invoke House Rule 9 and can introduce articles of impeachment. So he did that. 78 of his colleagues joined with him in voting to advance those articles of impeachment. In December of 2025, he went back to the floor. He invoked once again House Rule 9, introduced once again articles of impeachment, this time dealing with Trump's threat to execute members of Congress and to intimidate federal judges. And 140 members of Congress, a 77% increase from the June 2025 vote, 140 members of Congress voted to advance those articles of impeachment. Now, Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar of the leadership of the Democratic Party, they issued a statement just moments before the vote that they would be voting present, not voting for or against those articles, but they would be voting present. And the reason why is they said impeachment is a complicated process that involves thousands of hours of witness testimony, months and months of hearings, and we are not there yet, so we are going to vote present. We cannot be thinking about this in conventional terms. Donald Trump's threat to annihilate an entire civilization yesterday does not require thousands of hours of testimony, months and months of hearings. Members of Congress have the duty and the authority to introduce articles of impeachment immediately and to force under House Rule 9 articles, to force a vote on those articles of impeachment. And I also want to highlight, and there's a handout for those who are here, Congressman Larson's articles of impeachment. We had a role in helping to draft Congressman Green's articles of impeachment. I know Bruce was very involved in helping to draft Congressman Larson's articles of impeachment that have been introduced. But more members of Congress need to step up and carry out their duty to enforce the impeachment clause against this lawless president. Thank you.
Good morning. Yesterday I drove 455 miles to get here to hear this, and I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Could I make one observation? I apologize to take up some time. And this is the urgency of immediate action. In addition to what John said, we have a president of the United States telling the New York Times, the only thing that restrains me from doing anything I want, killing anybody, going to war, is my moral conscience, which obviously is a fantasy in Donald Trump's head. Now, you do not wait around when you understand the implications of such a statement. That is a statement of a dictator, right? Yes. And we go back to Pastor Niemöller during the Nazis, and he wrote this when he was in prison. He said, well, first they came with the trade unionists, but I wasn't a trade unionist, so I didn't do anything. And then they came for the Catholics. I wasn't a Catholic. I didn't do anything. Then they came for me, and no one was there to protect me. You got to remember, we are all targets. We're all potential. We say anything Mr. Trump doesn't like, he says, okay, we'll exterminate you. We'll vaporize you. Do we understand the danger and what the necessity is to display at least a fraction of the courage of the 56 signatories of the Declaration of Independence who signed their death warrants on July 4th, 1776 for unalienable rights that we enjoy today? They didn't win. They were going to be killed by the British. The British were the biggest empire in the world at that time. The British were to us like we are to Iran. They signed their names. They risked their lives. Can't we do the same for ourselves and our posterity? That's the urgency of us to make sure this happens.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Yes.
That was actually part of my question. Why do we have to wait? Why can't we get him out now? I know most of the Congress has their head up their ass, but how do we get them to fight now? Why can't we get marshals in to go arrest everybody? We all know that everything they are doing is illegal. So how do we get them out now? I don't have time to wait. My PTSD is through the roof. So I don't want to wait until November. Why can't we get this done quicker?
Well, we can try to do that quicker. And I say, go back there, and I know Mark Green and Ralph and myself at the time of Watergate, you know, after the Saturday Night Massacre, there were thousands. Telegrams actually cost money like emails don't. Into the White House, into members of Congress, need to impeach and remove President Nixon.
I keep doing everything
It
that
did
I
not happen the next day. But this is what you need to do. Individually, it may seem small. You need to email, you need to write, you need a phone, you need to come here, you can walk into their office, go into the district. We need to impeach this person. That is the reason why President Obama could not get a declaration of war against Syria in 2013. All the offices were overwhelmed. Do not go there. We need to do that again. Again, it's the complacency is truly stunning.
Today.
That's how it can happen. But we remember, we still have to comply with due process. We want it to happen fast, but we need to go through the proper procedure.
And then the last part of my question is just, what about the family and all of the friends that are profiting off of him in the White House? What happens to them? Can't they get arrested? If they're not part of the White House, they should be able to be arrested.
No, well, no, the way the system would work properly is if we can remove President Trump, we would have a regular Department of Justice, and you would have criminal prosecutions. I mean, right now, the Department of Justice is just an appendage of Trump, so it's not going to happen. But if you remove Trump, then it then trickles down to the other agencies.
And that will include
Okay. We have time for just a couple more questions. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So this is near and dear to my heart. I'm Diane Sayre. I ran for Congress twice in the Democratic primaries. I ran for U.S. Senate in New York twice as an independent. I'm currently running for President of the United States. And I hate to say it, but there is great reason to not trust the validity of our elections. And I am not advocating sending marshals to guard ballot boxes, but if I described, for example, what happened when I ran for Senate in New York against Schumer and watched my vote go from 57,000 election night to 25,000 by the end of the week. That is, the more votes that were counted, the fewer that I had. And then I discovered some very interesting things in my own county where my vote went from 6,212 votes to 270 votes. And then I discovered that the nonpartisan process involved counting absentee ballots by pairs of Democrats and Republicans seated at a table by hand, transferring veterans' votes into the ballots that would be counted. I mean, it was actually amazing. It was things that no one would believe, and I won't go through everything else I found because it would make people's hair stand on end and it will take too long. So that is a very serious concern, and I think that citizens need to be brought in. Votes need to be counted at the polling place. I think talking about illegal immigrants voting illegal, if that's such a thing, is just nonsense because the thing is done technically and with desired outcomes. But then even prior to that, which I was talking with Oliver about earlier, which many Americans don't know, is the ballot access question. The state of New York, where I managed to get on the ballot for U.S. Senate, and I'm the only one who's gotten on in that state in 4 years in a statewide race, New York was the only state in the whole United States that only had a Democrat and Republican candidate for president. So they have made it impossible, and most voters are not aware that there are people who are better than members of Congress, we would hope, right? There are people out there who are better than these schmucks that are here.
Yeah, do you want to just
They
pose
can't
your
get on the
question?
ballot. Yeah, so I'd like to know, Congress, for example, I asked Judge Knapp, can we get uniform ballot access requirements Judge Napolitano told me for federal office he thought that was possible. I think there should be, we got to do something to make these congressmen feel like they're beholden to us.
Okay. Thank you. Oliver, I think you have a lot to say on this.
But I can be quick. The answer is yes. And ballot access bills have been introduced at the federal level in the past. John Conyers was a sponsor. Jesse Jackson Jr. was a sponsor. Ron Paul was a sponsor of different bills. But in essence, they set one federal standard for ballot access for federal offices. And that standard, in I'm sure your opinion as well as mine, was much more reasonable than the standard that is set by many states. So yes, it's possible. The problem, as always, is the lack of political will. One thing that Republicans and Democrats agree on is that they don't want competition, and that's the reason for the state of our ballot access laws.
Thank you. Oliver, last question. Thank you.
Yes, hi. I know the Constitution does not state money is in our politics. How in the world do we get this money out and put it back where it needs to belong? It's on your.
Well, if you, I think, like all difficult questions, they have more than one answer. But I think one of the reasons why we've degenerated into what I consider a plutocracy is that the federal government has gotten so big and into so many elements of financial life that private enterprise finds they get a greater return on investment by putting money into political campaigns and then getting regulations and statutes that protect them from competition, and they raise prices and they get federal contracts, the military-industrial complex being one answer, is there's a huge incentive to spend money on campaigns because they get a return from the federal government. If we actually eliminated the military-industrial complex, it would probably cut the spending in campaigns by at least 50%. Now, there are other reasons as well as to why money is so much more important now than it ever was. Part of the reason, I believe, is because the quality of the candidates plunges. Do you think George Washington spent 1 penny? He got 100% of electoral votes twice. Right? Same with Jefferson. There wasn't any money at that time. People campaigned on their ideas, their principles. And that didn't require money. It required simple statements and policies and that an educated electorate would follow. Today, there is so little understanding and wisdom in the candidates because we don't attract people who are giants anymore. It used to be the national politics was found in Congress, the Henry Clays, the Daniel Websters, the Thomas Hart Bentons, John Quincy Adams. Abe Lincoln was in the House. It doesn't happen anymore. You don't have any giants. And that's a reason why all it counts is just name recognition. You have a name, you get elected. I mean, George Santos got elected in New York. How the heck did that happen, But I believe that the larger question as to why money's come in and played such a dominant role is because they get so much benefit off the federal government. Just think, as one example, Elon Musk, SpaceX, all the billions of dollars in contracts he gets there, sole source and things of that sort. Amazon, AT&T, all these. So and I understand there are certainly reasons why the federal government has gotten bigger, but sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. And you develop the government getting that big, and then the money starts to flow, and then all members are compromised. It really does destroy any semblance that everybody has one vote and is equal. It goes back. As one said, freedom of the press belongs to everybody who can buy a newspaper or a broadcast station.
Thank you. That's a great segue to our next panel, which will be addressing the rampant corruption in the White House. I want to thank Bruce Fein, Oliver Hall.
Bruce? Bruce, your pen.
Of course, it's a question for Congress, right?
Nicely done, Oliver.
Thank you very much, Alan. But of course it could be done, and certainly a better president would be a better advocate for making this happen.
I just wanted to know if that's a possibility.
Of course.
Yeah, right, but, yeah, okay, yeah, right, okay, yeah, okay, because I'm gonna mention that. I hope so. No. I'll sit down here.
Are you on board for impeachment? Sure. That's what I'm here for.
I'm not. I'm here for the Ralph.
So I sent Allison an email today, urging you to talk to you about soon Trump tariffs on medical, on drugs. So she'll talk to you about it.
How different than any of the existing cases?
Well, first place is the brand new. It's the drug case just started. He just issued the order last week.
Authority, yeah.
It's a brand new authority. It's under the national security. And some drugs are 100% tariff, some are 25%. Generics are excluded. His people he's done secret deals with.
Most of them are excluded, yeah.
And clearly affects all our members. Anyway.
Will they give us a high sign when to start? I'm not quite sure what the...
Yes, I think when the chaos...
Yeah, when chaos subsides.
John says start, that's what you do. John's the showrunner. Do you know John?
I'm Jack, yeah.
I'm Rob. Do you know who John is?
Johnson.
John Richard, the guy standing there in the vest.
No, I don't know who he is.
He's the showrunner. When
He's the showrunner.
When he gives you the sign, you go.
Okay.
When he says we're done, we're done.
Okay.
We're more or less back on schedule.
We're just collecting her thoughts, but go ahead.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm actually from Rhode Island, but I live in New York.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of people from Rhode Island never leave.
You know what? I miss it.
I will ask you, are they still going to ask for money?
The story this morning is they're going to.
Well, you're in one right now.
80 to 100
Yeah.
billion.
Knock on the door.
You have to find where your member is.
I mean, there's a directory out at the front of the building, but
You know, it's all murky because they're making it up, but it does appear to be separate from the 500.
They're on the other side. They're in the Senate.
They're in the Senate
side. On
This
the
is
other
the
side
House.
of the other side.
Yeah, no, they didn't.
you're knocking on the door and see who's there. Although Congress is in recess, so
it's
the action might be kind of slow.
It may be two, or even 3 votes on the.
Because they don't want to stay anyway. They don't
appropriation
want to
bill.
stay anyway.
They want to do out of that 500 billion. They want to do 350 billion.
They go home mostly to fundraise.
So it's all kind of a murky mess. But the number, and I think it wouldn't be a stupid strategy. Like, let's
part
put
of the
crazy
cover.
number 500 and we'll get 200. But I don't think this is a strategy. I just think they actually kind of mean it. Why not? It's big.
I'm told the showrunner is going to give me the signal.
5% of
Who's
GDP.
the guy wearing the vest?
5% of GDP is like
That guy.
You'll have to ask somebody else. I don't know. I can't.
So it's like, we're on our way.
The guy guy behind the camera wearing the vest.
Yeah. John?
Yeah, he's the guy who runs the operation. You want me to call this meeting order?
It's just.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, no.
if you can grab your last drinks, last nips, take your seats, settle down after all the excitement. We'll try to get the show running for our final session, which is going to wrap promptly, I'm fairly sure, at 1:30. So I'm Jack Rakove. I'm I can say a working historian, except I retired some years ago. I write mostly about the origins of the Revolution and Constitution and do a lot of work on James Madison. And since some points were made in the last session about things we don't know and fully understand about some of the basics of American history, I thought I would start with a very quick history lesson about the impeachment clause. And Bruce and I were just Bruce I've actually known for a long time. We actually played basketball back in the early 70s occasionally in Hemingway Gym. And I'm not sure I wholly agree with one of the points he made, and I want to use that by illustration. But so I want to start by just saying a few things about the origins of the impeachment clause, which is a subject of some interest to us today for obvious reasons. And so here's going to be a real super quick history lesson, not delivered my fastest Chicago accents, but I'll move along pretty quickly. So impeachment was a major part of politics in 17th century England. And all this is tied in with the great controversies between what John Adams called the execrable race of Stuarts. I think we have the execrable race of Trumps in front of us, and their opponents in the House of Commons. And we don't want to belabor it, but the key point I made is whatever was deemed to be impeachable was very much a matter of the discretion and judgment and also the political will of the House of Commons, which actually did not meet for long periods, which was a major source of constitutional controversy, both under Charles, under James I and Charles I, and then again under James II. In the 18th century, and particularly on the eve of the Revolution, American political leaders tried to revive impeachment. Impeachment essentially died in England after the Glorious Revolution. It was revived for special reasons for the impeachment of Warren Hastings, who was a very controversial governor general of the East India Company, which creates a whole anomalous set of facts that we don't have to worry about today. So impeachment had essentially died in England, though in Britain, though it was revived for curious reasons in the case of Warren Hastings, which was coincident with the Constitutional Convention. What the Americans did was, in effect, to try to legalize impeachment in the sense of reducing the discretion that American colonial legislatures, typically the lower house of the legislature, would be able to exercise if they deemed some imperial official, royal official, worthy of being removed from office. When you flash forward to the Constitutional Convention meeting in the late spring and summer of 1787, the impeachment became part of the complicated nexus of issues that shaped the origins of the American presidency. And it was a complicated nexus. The presidency was the last issues the framers resolved. They were still debating it actively and creatively in the final fortnight of debate. And I think you can make a good argument that they never reached a strong degree of consensus about critical features of the presidential power that continue to vex us today, including some of the issues we're talking about this morning. Nevertheless, impeachment was part of the matrix of issues that the framers thought about as they set out to design the presidency. You have to realize the presidency was the most novel institution the framers created. There was no example of how you would create what I would call a national, lowercase r, Republican executive. The dominant models of executive power in the 18th century were either monarchical or ministerial in the primitive form of cabinet government that existed in Great Britain. The framers had rejected both, but they had to create something, in effect, de novo, without really having any kind of adequate precedent. So it's a very complicated issue. Madison said after the convention was over, the presidency was a subject of tedious and reiterated discussions, meaning the framers looped round and round on the subject, particularly on the mode of election, where we wind up with, the electoral college system, not because it was the most attractive institution, but because it was the least unattractive. And keeping that distinction in mind is important. Now, what happened with impeachment? The Committee of Detail, which met in late July and August, early August 1786, put together an impeachment clause that limited the triable offenses to two specific items: treason and bribery. both are now reasonable subjects of discussion, since we don't know how much Putin actually has on the President of the United States, and speculation about this forms an active part of what goes on in the intelligence community. And I have a good buddy, former guy in the CIA, with whom I discuss this, and we discuss whether or not Melania is Trump's handler, and whether or not, I'm a little skeptical, but at least that's one possibility you can entertain. So when the report of the Committee of Detail came to the convention in general, meeting the committee of the whole. So he had two specific offenses, and then George Mason of Virginia. You should all visit his house at Gunson Hall if you've never been there previously. Mason, who was kind of a true Whig in kind of conventional sense of the term, capital WHIG, says let's add mail administration. And Madison, I spend most of my waking days thinking about Madison in one way or another. Madison objected. And the basis for his objection is important. The framers wanted to create a constitutionally independent executive. If you introduce the phrase maladministration, which actually would fit the current administration, is a perfectly accurate descriptor of what goes on a daily basis. But from Madison's perspective, the term was so wide open, so open-ended, so much a matter of congressional discretion without having a kind of specifically defined legal dimension that it would really undermine the whole concept of an independent executive. I mean, you can impeach a president for anything and everything under that basis. And if one of your goals is to create a constitutionally independent executive office, who would be the sole holder of the executive power, that would have been a real problem. So then we get high crimes and misdemeanors, which to modern American means, either January 6th or jaywalking across Pennsylvania Avenue, because we have a common sense version of what we mean by misdemeanor. But there's no discussion of it. And so, as Gerald Ford famously said, well, in the end, impeachment is anything the House of Representatives decides it to mean. So which means that in one sense, the topic is wide open. So that's historical lesson number one. Second historical lesson is, and it's worth thinking about this, is that down until the so-called Committee on Postponed Parts, which is the last significant committee, next to last significant committee, the Men in the Convention, delivered its report on September 4, 1787. It's that committee which finally came down on the side of the Electoral College. It had to invent the vice presidency, which was an institution that nobody had in his mind until, the committee came up with it. And I have to note, the vice presidency was never regarded to be part of the executive branch until well into the 20th century. Mike Pence, when he did his duty on January 6th, was acting in his traditional capacity as the president of the Senate. That was the true role. President pro tems of the Senate, for much of even in the 19th century, were elected on a daily basis, just when the vice president wasn't there. That was your job. And that's an issue that John Roberts mangled badly, among many things he mangled badly in Trump versus the United States, was this whole characterization of the vice presidency historically is quite fallacious. But one of the other key things that the Committee on Postponed Parts did is it created the two advice and consent clauses, the power over treaties and the power over treaties, power of appointments had been given to the Senate, and that's where it resided until the Committee on Postponed Parts shifted around. It also made one other critical change, which affects impeachment. Impeachments were to be done by the Supreme Court prior to the meeting of the Committee on Postponed Parts. And the idea, therefore, you were going to legalize the process of impeachment in a specific, explicit sense was one of the reigning motifs. But a lot of this gets twisted around at the very end without the framers reaching a firm consensus on this. Okay, so that's the deep historical lesson. I'm going to cut short, except I want to make a quick segue into what our colleagues are going to talk about. Now, let's assume, assume the elections do take place, and I share the kind of worst case scenario that Bruce was discussing, and who knows what Trump is going to do with the Militia Act and so on. I mean, all of these things have become plausible. But let's assume elections take place, and Democrats capture the House, which I think, is, I don't do any gambling of any kind, but if I were betting, that's what I would bet on now. It seems to me bribery would be the first and most immediate object of, the most obvious source of any impeachment resolutions. There are lots of other things out there, but as we know, actually from the two Trump impeachments, sometimes you still want to keep the focus as narrow as possible. So bribery would work pretty obviously. And I want to just toss this out a question. I'm puzzled how it would work in the context of the court's ruling in Trump versus the United States, with the goofy notions of presidential immunity which were invented when the court acted, I think in a thoroughly irresponsible action, instead of expediting the trial that should have taken place prior to the election, which would have been the court's true constitutional responsibility. The court did everything to do it. I forget the balls and strikes stuff. The court, and Bruce will appreciate it, the court was running the four corners offense on the impeachment trial. They were running out the clock so the American people would not have the information, let's say the definitive judgment we needed, particularly about January 6th. So those are just my introductory remarks. A little bit of deep history, which I hope will actually help to set the framework for what we're going to talk. And now I'm just going to turn things over to our two guests who are more than well described. And we'll start with Dean Morris and immediately on my left.
Thanks, Jack. Oh, so to answer your last question, I have to ask my students that when I teach Trump versus the United States next week. Okay. Okay. Article 2, Section 4 lists impeachable offenses, only two of them. The first is treason, the second is bribery. I want to talk today about the first cousin of bribery, which is extortion. 18 U.S.C. 1951 B.3.2 defines extortion. Let me read it to you. The term extortion means the obtaining of property from another with his consent, induced by the wrongful use of actual or threatened force, violence, or fear, or under color of law. It is the under color of law that Donald Trump has been using to extort the United States. Now, the good thing about this charge is that the facts are all undisputed. He has said them out loud, and we know them. He has proclaimed them from the highest mountain that this is what he's doing, and he's proud of it. It just happens to be extortion. So he's guilty of extortion. I want to focus today on four sets of victims. One, universities. Second, law firms. Third, foreign countries. And last, businesses. Not everybody within each category gave in. Many did, but it's a crime to attempt to extort or extortion itself. As I say, the most amazing aspect is this is all out in the open, and everyone that happened under a color of official right. I am the president, and I have the right to extort this from you. All right, let's start with universities. Trump does not like universities because universities don't like him. He doesn't like what the students learn. He doesn't like what they're taught there. He's also opposed to DEI of any kind and the liberal education generally, which he doesn't believe in. His mechanism to get at the universities was to claim that they were engaged in anti-Semitism, principally focusing on the war in Gaza, that they failed to protect the Jewish students. Did they fail to protect the students? The answer is yes. But did they justify what he did? Absolutely not. He forgot about, he demanded the payments of millions and millions of dollars to the United States, and if you don't do it, he's going to cut off your funding, which he has the absolute ability to do to stop medical research, basic science, even support for the military. And this is the key to all his extortion. He's doing it because he can. That somebody has to go to court to stop him from doing it. And that requires lawyers, it requires delays, bad PR. Harvard University, which you and I attended, resisted. And it resisted mightily and fought very hard and prevailed because he didn't follow the procedures, he didn't follow the substance, he just did it the way he wanted to do it. The case is still on appeal, but I have very little doubt that Harvard is going to prevail. He's still claiming millions. He's still trying to extort them while it's on appeal. Most universities are not as rich as Harvard, and they did not resist. So let me be clear. Many did not do enough. Many universities did not do enough to protect the Jewish students. But there are procedures, and there are rules, and there are obligations, and that's what the government should have done instead of threatening them. And the only matters if you can afford to sue, and most of them can't afford to sue because they cut off the money and the reputation. Second, law firms. The worst sin is being on the other side of Donald Trump in the prior elections or having worked for the federal government when the federal government brought criminal actions against Donald Trump. If your law firm did any of those things or did anything else that you worked for Democrats under investigation by Trump, or you did pro bono work and Trump won, he demanded money from those law firms, demanded that they stop representing the clients he didn't want them to represent, and he threatened them. He threatened that they would no longer be getting any government business. He threatened that they would no longer be allowed to go into government buildings or talk to government lawyers to represent their clients in cases against the government. And these threats were no doubt going to be carried out. Many law firms caved. They caved for lots of reasons. They claim mainly because of economic considerations. What will it do to our client? What will it do to ourselves? What will it do to our clients? Well, what will it do to your clients if you don't cave? What will your clients think of you if you give in to the government when the government's asking of you? How about when they ask it of your client? 4 of them did not cave. They sued. Jenner and Block, Wilmer, Sussman, Godfrey, Perkins Coie, and they won. The case is now on appeal. The deals that the ones who caved made are unclear. Trump has asked for pro bono. He's asked for various versions, some of which include representing the United States government or agencies. Many of them are helping. Now, many of these law firms are helping now with the ballroom and Melania's books, her movies, and maybe even her widgets or robots that she's now selling. So that's threats, extortion, number 2. Extortion number 3, foreign governments. He threatened the tariffs against foreign governments. Greenland, Brazil, Italy, anything that any government did that he didn't like, he threatened the tariffs. He has no legal authority to impose most of the tariffs that he's imposed, but he surely had no legal authority to do that for the governments that they had. The second way, of course, that he threatened people with tariffs was if you do something nice for him, you get an exemption from the tariffs, or you get a lower rate. Of course, foreign countries are not like businesses and not like law firms and universities. They can't sue Donald Trump for imposing tariffs, so he has no worry about threats from them. Maybe the importers will do it, but that doesn't help the foreign countries and the others. He had these massive tariffs imposed a year ago, April, under NEPA. They lasted for 10 months. The Supreme Court said, no, you can't do it. He's got a retaliatory tariff case against him that was brought involving China's tariffs way back from 2019. That's going to the Supreme Court now. There are other cases being brought by him. He doesn't care. He's doing all this because he can and tells people, if you don't like it, you have to sue. Needless to say, many companies are afraid of suing him with considerable justification. This is extortion. There's no other word for it. The last, businesses. Now, normally I don't have a lot of sympathy for businesses in this country. That's not what Ralph taught me to do when I came to work for him. But the businesses are being extorted by Trump, and I make a disclosure first that I'm involved in 3 separate cases involving this. The first one involves U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel sought to merger with Nippon, a Japanese company. The law is clear that they had to get clearance from the government in order to do this. President Biden said no. President Trump said yes, but he said yes with a price. They had to give him a golden share in this merged company, which is now going to be a subsidiary of Nippon Japan. He has got the right, according to the White House press release, to put a seat on the board of a U.S. company. I refer to him as the socialist in chief. That's not what our country's about. He has no basis for doing that under the statute whatsoever. But he's doing it under what's called a national security agreement. I had never heard of a national security agreement before. This is an agreement that the president can enter into when they want to impose conditions on the use of, on U.S. companies that are merging with foreign government companies. But the deal is, it's secret, and so we don't know what's in this agreement. So I have a Freedom of Information Act case pending in the district court here to try to get the agreement, to see what it is, and see who else is being injured by this besides the American public at large. I have a confident belief that the steelworkers would not be too happy to have Donald Trump have one of his minions on the board of this company, no matter who is the owner. Again, no possible basis for demanding this. He did it because he can. Second, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is a very wealthy chips company. The Trump administration came to NVIDIA and said, you want to sell these chips to China, you have to give us 15 and then later raise to 25% of your revenues in order to do this. No basis in the statute whatsoever for doing it, but the threats were there. You don't want you want to get what you're entitled to, yes, but you have to give us something that you're not entitled to at all. I am now representing a shareholder in NVIDIA who has sued the company and its board for refusing to turn over the books and records relating to the merger, the deal that they gave with Trump. How did they do it on what basis did they do it? There is no basis in the statute for doing this. We are hoping to get the books and records so we can bring it action to prevent the company from spending millions of dollars to give to the federal government, the Department of Commerce in particular. And in addition, to the extent that there's any arguable basis for doing so, this would be an export tax that's specially provisioned under the Constitution, and he can't do it for that reason and many other reasons as well. Third case, Intel. Intel was awarded $8 billion in grants under the CHIPS Act to create the chips that we needed for our economy, Biden administration, and the Congress virtually unanimously supported this. Trump said, when he came in, he said, well, you know that deal you had? I don't know that I'm going to honor that deal, but I will continue to honor the deal if you give the federal government 9.9% of the shares of stock in Intel company. Again, no basis for doing it. Oh, by the way, we also want 5% in warrants as well. And he threatens the chairman of the board of Intel if he doesn't go along with it. And so the company agrees, and Trump issues a press release, one of his Truth Social posts, which says, hear this, we got $11 billion worth of stock in the company for absolutely nothing. That's called extortion, and that's what he's done. We have a stockholder suit, which is now pending in Delaware, suing both the company and, by the way, the Department of Commerce, which has the stock, saying the whole thing is illegal and you have to cancel it and set it aside. All of these cases and many more, there's one thing in common. Trump claims, without basis in the law, that I have the right to get what I asked for. And if you don't give it to me, I'll wreak some kind of havoc upon you. But that's because he can do so much damage and so much harm to people before people have the only remedy, which is to sue him in court, and most people can't afford to do him in court. All these cases, the victim is without something to which they are entitled, and Trump is taking it as he can. The most significant fact about all this is that these are not isolated instances. These are clear patterns of extortion of everybody he can do business with. The American people cannot let him get away with this. And when impeachment comes, extortion ought to be one of the articles in the charter. Thank you.
Good for me. Ellen Weissman.
You got a microphone you got to use.
Do I?
Well, it's great to be with you all today. A couple of preliminary remarks, and I'm going to dive into the topic of Trump and fraud. Three things I wanted to say up front. One, I think prior to yesterday, it was very obvious to anyone who's remotely honest that Trump has committed a long list of impeachable offenses. my friend John Bonifaz. It listed, I don't know how many, like the day he took office. And I think he was right and remains right. I think there's a different question about whether impeachment is a right strategy. And also, if it is a right strategy, how one goes about doing it. And I wanted to comment on that in the course of my remarks. The second thing I want to say is I think the answer to the question about Trump v. United States is it's totally irrelevant. Impeachment is not a criminal prosecution. Whether he has immunity in courts is irrelevant to whether he can be impeached. And moreover, the standard for impeachable offenses does not have to line up with the criminal code, even though it might. And the things that I'm going to talk about, some are arguable crimes and some are not. And I want to be clear that I'm not saying in the things I'm about to list that any of these necessarily are crimes. And the third thing I want to say is a lot of this, what about my remarks are going to be, is framed around the issue of fraud, which is a defining attribute of Donald Trump, so there's a lot to say. But also I think important because the administration has made fraud one of its totems and is weaponizing the idea of fraud now to go after so-called blue states, but also particularly to attack benefits for low-income people and people of color. In fact, the alleged fraud in Minnesota, which is manufactured to a large extent around daycare and other issues, was the predicate for the ICE invasion of Minnesota. So talking about fraud is important. And that's what I want to do. I think if we're thinking in terms of impeachment or impeachable offenses, one might think about bribery, although again, as I'm going to say, these are not necessarily bribes under the code, and the Supreme Court has made bribery almost an impossible charge to prove anyway. You might think about violation of the Take Care Clause, the duty of the president to enforce the law. You might think about emoluments violations, which are manifold and some of which I'll reference. Or a more general corruption charge, which is obviously not a criminal charge, but is probably the best way to describe the totality, or at least one of the best ways to describe the totality of what this administration is about. I wanted to review 5 areas in my time, see how quickly I can go through them. I'll have to edit myself because this is about 2 hours worth of detail. One is efforts at the focus on the Department of Justice and the evisceration of the department, which is its own separate topic, and the weaponization of the department. I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the evisceration of its anti-fraud components, and how it'll be implicit how that's benefited Trump and his allies. Second, how the administration has affirmatively fostered fraud in the private market, including for Trump corporate allies. Third, the abuse of the pardon power, and specifically the abuse of the pardon power to benefit individuals who have committed fraud. Fourth, pervasive conflicts of interest for Trump and the Trump family in their business operations and the administration of government, and especially involving foreign businesses. And last, quickly just touching on the ballroom, because how can I leave the ballroom out?
Can't leave the ballroom.
It's even in the title of this panel, I think, so Ralph would be unhappy if I didn't mention the ballroom. So quickly, just to go through the Department of Justice, because this stuff is almost impossible to keep track of, but it has been a systematic effort of Pam Bondi from the moment she was confirmed, and we can only assume will be ongoing with the new AG, to undermine the anti-fraud efforts of the Department of Justice. An initial move was to gut the department's public integrity section so that almost every lawyer who working in the public integrity section that's dealing with bribes and efforts to undermine the efficacy of government has been gutted. Everybody is gone. They disbanded the consumer protection branch of the Department of Justice. It's gone. They announced a new policy related to crypto businesses, which Trump at one time thought was a fraud per se, but now because the source of his wealth. They changed the enforcement strategy, moving away from the Biden administration effort to actually enforce the law, which makes most of what crypto is doing illegal, and said, not anymore. They narrowed enforcement by the National Security Division to announce that effectively there would be no enforcement of FARA, which is the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which means people who are being paid to work on behalf of foreign governments or corporations have to register. Pam Bondi herself had been a foreign agent. Kash Patel had been a foreign agent who didn't register, perhaps why they got rid of that. They announced effectively that they were going to halt the enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, which prohibits U.S. companies from doing bribery overseas. They massively roll back enforcement against corporate lawbreakers. I'll talk more about that in a moment. And they fired the department's ethics advisor, because that's an inconvenient person to have around when you're Pam Bondi on Donald Trump. So that's point one. How did they enable fraud? Well, you may remember, and again, it feels like we've been living with this administration for 1,000 years, so it's hard to remember. At the beginning of the administration, they arbitrarily and illegally fired 17 inspectors general. What's the job of inspectors general? It's to root out fraud and hold both agencies accountable for their wrongdoing and to deal with fraud against the federal government. Since then, they fired more. Through October of last year, they had fired 65% of all the presidentially appointed IGs, and 75% of the IG positions were unfilled. So just no one at the top. These are big offices, the IG offices, so it's not just the person at the top, it's hundreds of people working in the office, depending on which agency it is. They had systematically gutted those, including forcing out between 12 and 30% of the staff at all the agencies, 30% at the Department of Treasury. So that's the agency, that's the system in government to deal with the fraud of government gutted. The administration and the president himself has been very active in using the pardon power. I kind of like the use of the pardon power. I think presidents don't use it enough. I think it ought to be used on behalf of people who are wrongly prosecuted or who are prosecuted for nonviolent offenses, for unreasonable charges. That hasn't been the president's focus. He instead has focused, of course, first on the mass pardon of the January 6 offenders. But if you leave them out, he's also been very aggressive in the use of the pardon power. Through the first year of the administration, he had issued 114 pardons or grants of commutation of sentences, which is a high number compared to prior presidents. 41 of those, a third, related to fraud charges. So he had a particular affinity for pardoning people who had committed fraud. He also had a particular affinity for pardoning people who either gave him money, gave money to his political campaigns, or otherwise benefited him. So a couple quick examples. There was a corporate CEO whose wife donated $1.8 million to Trump's reelection bid. There's another one whose mother was a major fundraiser for Donald Trump. And the most important one, the Binance CEO, known as CZ, Changpeng Zhao. We'll get to him in a second, but he basically stood up Trump's crypto company that's given him billions of dollars and did most of the work to enrich Trump in this administration. That's the abuse of the pardon power. I'm going to skip over some other stuff. They gutted the CFPB. That's really important for fraud. They've gutted the IRS. That's really important for cracking down on tax cheats. In fact, there's a 22% reduction in the overall staffing at the IRS, which is going to translate, according to the budget lab at Yale University, into almost $200 billion less in collected taxes over a 10-year period. Other things worth talking about. I'll skip some of these. There's a lot of them. Actually, let me not skip this one. So we've tracked all the open corporate investigations and enforcement actions that were in place when Trump took office. And he's led to this massive spree of closing down investigations or letting people off with the soft-lifted penalties, or actually going back and undoing already agreed to plea agreements and letting the companies off the hook. The most important one of those is Boeing. So I did want to say a word about that. As you recall, Boeing was responsible for 2 crashes that killed 380 plus people. They resolved the criminal case, and there was widespread wrongdoing at Boeing and a massive cover-up of information they knew that led directly to the crashes that killed all these people. At the end of the first Trump administration, they entered into what's called a deferred prosecution agreement, where there would be no actual prosecution of the company, but a requirement that the company not break the law in the future, and if they didn't, then there'd be no prosecution. That sounds nuts to you because it is, but that's pretty normal for corporate crime prosecutions, yes. And it's also true that the company is already required not to break the law in the future, even without a special agreement. But that was the deal. Unfortunately, Boeing couldn't keep to it. Boeing did break the law in the future. You remember the Alaska jet that had the door blow off and stuff? That was a Boeing flight. So the Biden administration said, hey, you know what? You made a commitment. You're going to follow the law. You didn't follow the law. We're going to prosecute you. They didn't do a very good job of that. It was going to be a light prosecution. But Boeing did agree to an actual criminal plea. But they didn't get the deal done before the administration ended. And when Trump came in, they undid that plea agreement, which Boeing had already agreed to. They had already agreed to a plea agreement, and instead said, okay, we'll give you an even lighter agreement than the original one. It's called a non-prosecution agreement, which basically means we don't feel like prosecuting you. That one is one of the worst corporate crimes in American history, with one of the worst abuses of the enforcement process. So worth highlighting. So real quick, in terms of the president's conflicts of interest, he's obviously created these huge businesses around cryptocurrency. World Liberty Financial is now co-owned by the UAE in a secret deal that was uncovered by the Wall Street Journal, and that led to a direct deposit in the pockets of Trump and his family of $187 million. His meme coin has garnered him probably hundreds of millions of dollars. The Qatari plane donation is basically allegedly a government-to-government donation, but it's intended to be a personal donation of a $400 million plane, which we're going to spend a couple $1 billion to upgrade to President Trump. There's a golf resort in Qatar. There's a co-branding deal. There's a giant deal in Saudi with hotels and golf courses that's worth a $10 billion overall project that's going to give untold millions or tens of millions to the family. And Jared Kushner, who was supposed to be out of government but is now our lead negotiator with Iran in every conflict in the world, is seeking $5 billion in new financing from the Saudi government. So it's impossible to think about the conduct of our foreign policy, especially in the Middle East, without regard to all these foreign entanglements. So the idea of emoluments, which are prohibited by the Constitution unless authorized by Congress, as like an abstract issue is wrong. It is not an abstract issue. There is no way to understand what's going on unless you take into account how Trump is entangled personally and financially with these foreign governments. And why is it that the leader of Saudi Arabia can whisper to Trump and say, go harder and harder against Iran? And why does the president of the United States care whatsoever what that person says to him? Well, because that guy's paying him a ton of money. So he's got an interest in listening to him. Last thing is the ballroom. So the ballroom destruction, the destruction of the East Wing, as you know, is intended to create this new gilded, gaudy ballroom. Trump announced he had raised $300 million. It's going to be more than that from an untold number of corporations and individuals. We know about 24 corporations that have contributed to that. In total, over the prior 5 years, they had $279 billion in federal contracts. So again, was that a bribe? Did they make the contribution as a quid pro quo agreement that was signed and on the dotted line with understanding they would get contracts in the future? For sure not. But did they make that contribution because they really believed in the civic importance of building a ballroom on the East Wing site? Unlikely. So there's a long list, of which this is just a tiny sampling, of fraud and abuse that is bribery or bribery adjacent, and for sure is fundamentally corrupting. And I think the last thing I'll just say, I think as people are trying to build out this story, it's super important, obviously, to say the law and review the history, but also if the case is going to be made to the American people about impeachment or any kind of Trump accountability, it has to be why it matters. And so I think some of these fraud cases are really clear, like people who were killed and their families are getting no justice because of a corrupt deal, right? All this money is going to the ballroom because these companies are getting contracts that are ripping us off. These extortions are happening because are going to hurt identifiable individuals, workers, or businesses. I think telling that story has got to be a central thing that we try to do as we go forward through the remainder of this miserable term.
Thank you. This has been a great panel, and as I understand it, we're about to adjourn this panel because we have a number of short statements coming up. Right, Francesco? Is that the? Oh, okay. So if questions and comments, I guess somebody will give us the appropriate sign.
They are profiting off of the White House. If and when Trump is impeached, can we get that money back? Can we seize all the money he has stolen from us?
A clawback.
If you can find it, maybe.
Right. But then again, how are we supposed to find out everything, every corrupt thing he has done, him and
Well,
Vance and everybody
I suppose
else?
if there were a new Justice Department that actually
Right.
had
I mean,
something to do with
yeah,
justice,
so-
we might be able to get some ideas about what it was and get some money back.
We might be able to get some back.
Might.
But then everybody from if Trump gets impeached for treason, everybody under him goes too. Correct?
I don't know about that.
sir.
Nobody's
For treason?
Nobody's talking about treason. No, that's not.
But isn't it treasonous what he's doing?
Okay. All right.
Let's go on to the next question.
Very quick question. You've talked about all these crimes, but Rob Weissman oversees a group, and some of us get regular notices of how many cases the Public Citizen and Public Citizen Litigation Group are bringing and have brought so far, and what is your record? A little self-serving, but it's important that you tell us because you've just talked about the general issues.
Well, if you haven't signed up for our emails to get these regular updates on our lawsuit, citizen.org.
Yeah.
I know Maxine has. But others. So we've filed 36 lawsuits so far, more coming very shortly on a wide range of issues. We've had some important successes, keeping programs open that Trump was illegally trying to close, liberating documents through Freedom of Information Act cases that they're trying to suppress. In general, I'd say and if we do actually go through all this pretty regularly if you haven't signed up for our stuff. In general, and Alan will echo this, I think among all the litigation from the groups that are litigating groups, some of the private efforts that are going on, and then the attorneys general, the success rate in the lower courts is quite high. It's mixed at the appellate level, and then the Supreme Court, we're winning. We're not losing 100%, but the record is as sour as you would expect. We actually had the first case on the so-called shadow docket of the Supreme Court, which we won. That was an order by the Supreme Court that the government actually had to follow an order from the lower court. That was up for grabs, but we won that case 5-4.
Sam Husseini, again, to sort of follow up on a prior question about treason, and one of you saying no one's talking about treason. I think that might be the problem. You have masses of people out there saying that the U.S. went to war against Iran, largely working hand in glove with a foreign government that I don't think has been mentioned on this panel, Israel, and somehow there's no connection to that for being the first reason for impeachment, treason. Maybe this is just a comment. There's this incredible disconnect between what's being said out there and what the so-called analysis is in here, and somehow people are wondering why impeachment doesn't happen. Thank you.
Hi, question for you, Rob Weissman. You said at the beginning of your comments that you were going to talk about the political issue of whether impeachment should happen, and if so, what the strategy should be. But I don't think you were able to get back to that for understandable reasons. You had a lot of ground to cover. So I'd like to know what your thoughts are on whether impeachment should happen, and if so, what the strategy is. And please don't say it shouldn't happen, because your co-panelist there, Dean Morrison, has just, I think, correctly stated that the American people can't stand for this. Thank you.
Is that a question or an instruction, my friend? What I said was what I said or meant to say was I wanted to comment on how it should happen if people are going to pursue it, and that was what I was trying to get at in the last remarks. I think. With respect to Sam, the prior commenter, I think there is obviously intense anger for all justified reasons. But also, we did impeach him twice in the last administration. And there needs to be some reflection on what was achieved by that and not achieved by that, and what will be different. So, like I said at the outset, there's no question the offenses are impeachable, but like, what are we going to do that's different? And part of it has to be, I think, making an appeal that is meaningful to people. And that may mean thinking about both rhetoric, but also especially explaining why the things matter, which is what I was trying to get to.
Rob, you came late, so you weren't here for my question in the prior panel, in which I argued that a transpartisan impeachment gets us out of this mantra of making impeachment a partisan issue, where it's for Clinton's sex life or purely partisan things, and that if you have a Democrat and a Republican come forward and saying we will impeach anyone who wages illegal war, and therefore that shames the rest of Congress and creates a new pro-Constitution center that changes the dynamics. So to answer your question, I think I've answered it twice with my comment earlier on this panel and the prior.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying I think we have to think about these things. And that's a theory. And I think this, to what Bruce and others were saying, you know, like it's a process for debating this. Like I don't think we should be sort of dogmatic. I think people, if there's a way, if you know there's a way forward and you're sure you're right, I think you're wrong. Because I don't think it's so obvious how we're going to succeed in holding this president accountable, or how to run an impeachment campaign that succeeds in whatever your measure of success is. So I think there should be conversation and fraternal debate among allies and colleagues about ways to go. And what you're saying?
I don't mean to be distasteful. I'm just saying a
I hear you.
partisan impeachment hasn't been attempted, to my knowledge.
Well, here, Oliver, I'll give you the debate. Yes, of course, but how are you going to do it? Who are these Republicans standing up to call for impeachment? It's not, they're not lining up.
Massey, who I mentioned in my prior comment.
I want to interject a quick comment here. It just seems to me, thinking more as a historian than a lawyer, which I'm not, though I do hang out with a large number of them, that it is so essential to set the precedent that precedents are subject to the highest form of punishment, whether it's criminal or in a sense political. And then, the fact that other nations manage to do this and we don't, particularly in this 250th year, which I think is going to be a great mockery of the group I've spent 50 years studying as a historian. But I do think that point from at a fundamental normative level is critical in and of itself. And when you read the accounts of what went wrong, and I forget the two authors who, there's a standard book now on the Trump impeachments, and I'm forgetting the names of the authors, but the number of expedient political calculations from both parties, particularly the second impeachment. The Democrats wanted to go on with Biden's agenda. They didn't want to get bogged down taking testimony. The Republicans, they were conscientious for about 3 or 4 days, and then they all went down and kissed the ring and folded. And then I think Judge Ludwig made a critical mistake, by making the argument that once the president was out of office, the point of impeachment had become futile, because you have to reason from the consequences. One of the critical consequences of being impeached and convicted is disqualification from holding office in the future. When you get to that level of importance, all these other, to me, thinking in a large scope, as historians are sometimes want to do, and maybe not being focused on the details of the particular case, a fundamental opportunity was not just lost, was blown to establish, what should be an underlying fundamental norm of constitutional governance.
So I do want to say one other thing. There are consequences of bringing an impeachment and starting one, but there are also consequences of not starting one. And we have to think about, do we condone what he has done by saying it's too difficult, it's too complicated, and it's too scary? That's the question we have to address.
Okay. And now that's a dramatic wrap to this session. We have a few more statements to follow, as I understand. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
next panel come forward, please? I'm speaking, I'm moderating. Yes. Oops. There are like three on the panel. However, there is one person who is away, no visual, but her voice could be heard. Do you know about this? Speak to John Richard about getting her. And Francisco. Okay, later.
I'll move over. This is better. The three of us are in the same picture. How are you guys doing?
Thank you, everyone, for attending, and an appreciation. We're on time. Little, okay. There might be time for questions at the end, but it depends on me and the panel. There'll be two statements that we'll be submitting from people who could not attend, Ben Cohen and John Koskinen, and that will be part of the record that John Richard will be putting together. And then we'll hear audibly from Jessica Densen, who will speak on her time. To quote, which he should always do, Charlie Rangel, everything has been said, but not everyone's said it. Which brings us to the final panel, which should be called, based on everything I've heard from incredibly brilliant, each one, incredibly brilliant comments. Genocide? Should Trump be impeached, or should we await a Nuremberg trial later? In that spirit, I'd like to conclude today's pioneering symposium. To summarize holistically, that's a first. Appreciate how no other president has either done this or come close. Even to say that Trump is Nixon times 100 understates, as people say, the real-time peril we're facing. Look, I like watching the news, and I like seeing the dark side of the moon. I don't want to see Iran or America turned into the dark side of the moon, which might happen if Trump is not stopped by pioneers like you and then citizens out there. The summary is, first, an anti-American president who's, for what's radical, is not a group pursuing impeachment and conviction, but a gangster regime, to quote Jamie Raskin, to violate every law and norm to maintain power. Until now, presidents weighing a policy decision, Republican or Democrat, would to some degree ask themselves, what's the national interest? Instead, Donald Trump's only consideration appears to be, factually, what can I get away with to win money, vengeance, and dominance? Americans have never before experienced this degree of lethal extremism, especially the week of genocidal threats, which leads to an analysis that when he said that Iran should be, his word, exterminated, it's an interesting word historically, for some fabricated threat which he alone gets to decide. No, if Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, or Putin did that, it's hypothetical, it would have been condemned by governments around the world as fascistic, sadistic, and authoritarian. If there are still Americans after this day's panelists have spoken who are not alarmed by this asteroid of illegality hurtling toward us, they should study what experts call content bias and read more history. For in surveys around the world, the national leader they consider the worst and most dangerous is not Putin or Xi, but Trump. Heck of a job, Donnie. Over a career of big gambles, Trump often got lucky to be bailed out, whether by a rich father, a slimy majority leader, a fatally indecisive attorney general, a special counsel slowed by Parkinson's, and finally by a corrupt Judge Cannon. So will Trump now be saved by another Deus Ex Machina? Can America survive 3 years of continuous contempt for law, democracy, and truth? I think it best not to wait to find out. In some, there are really only 5 ways to get rid of a tyrant pre or post-service. A tyrant who's trying to pose as a patriot. First, resign, citing some medical problem. I'm not sure he's listening to my advice, but on the chance he's watching C-SPAN rather than Fox, how are your ankles? What about those rashes? This option is unknowable to improbable, but still probably not a bad career move for him to escape the coming verdict of history. 2, use the 25th Amendment, which has been periodically mentioned, to kick him out for being unfit, that's the word, starting with these insane threats of genocide. Yet this, for now, is a political non-starter due to the very problem of a cabinet of fellow crooks and kooks would have to pass on him. 3, hope that the Roberts Six will finally appreciate that their theory of originalism should really not include going back to the original monarchy that we defeated in 1783 when the War of Independence concluded. So when Tory Trump eventually declares as has been mentioned, a national emergency to sabotage the coming national elections based on some flimsy pretext, SCOTUS will really have to conclude and understand the irony that dictatorship is not constitutional. Justices Alito and Thomas, you get that? You want to hug the flag, but then you can't say a dictatorship is cool. 4th, win the 2026 midterm elections by a large enough margin to impeach and convict. Now, polls and prediction markets now put this eventual expulsion after impeachment at a not insignificant 20% probability. Admittedly, prior panelists cited legal precedent. I'm citing a prediction market, which is intellectually embarrassing, but relevant. And 5th, if, notwithstanding these events today, Trump survives and a Democrat succeeds him, they need to run and win and insist that the new administration demand not retribution, but justice for Trump and all his enablers. So if the 48th president mandate includes more democracy, more honesty, and less war, which seems likely, and then if she or he wins, they must relentlessly push for at least 3 core goals in a quest for real accountability post-Trump. A new democracy agenda for the 120th Congress that values voters over billionaires' super PACs. By statute, or even, if necessary, by constitutional amendment. That's happened, as you know, though not recently, which would include Citizens United, a restructured SCOTUS, restricted pardon power. B, a Truth and Reconciliation Commission named after and akin to Nelson Mandela's post-apartheid version, that creates a nonpartisan panel of judges and ex-congressmen to officially expose Trump's big lies before they become conventional wisdom. And C, the appointment of a special counsel to DOJ to immediately prosecute non-pardoned corruption by people tied to Trump, or at least to refer the pardoned to state or local jurisdictions. Obviously, none of that will happen quickly. But let's get ready for when, as is happening now, public opinion shifts. Finally, already many revanchist Republican leaders now who created Trump are opposing their Frankenstein's war crimes. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly. If they can, the frustrated majority of us should not throw up our hands. For there's no alternative to the wisdom of Norman Cousins, who in the 1950s wrote, quote, "No one is smart enough to be a pessimist," close quote. And the axiom of Judge Leonard Hand, that quote, "The way the inevitable came to pass was effort." Americans deserve the efforts of Ralph Nader, Bruce Fein, and all the panelists today to restore the rule of law and eliminate the law of rule. Thank you. Let me now turn to the panel that's here. Let me say that before alerting Jessica to be ready at the close of these three remarks to speak, and then, if time permits, some questions. Go ahead, in order, starting with Rick MacArthur.
Thanks for inviting me. My name is Rick MacArthur. I'm publisher of Harper's Magazine and a journalist, and I'm delighted to have been invited to this. I did not come to make a statement. I came to listen, and I learned a great deal, particularly about George Mason's attempt to insert, what was it, the maladministration clause. I never heard that before, so thank you for that. That's great to know. So all I have is a couple of observations and a response to a couple of things that were said earlier. One was the question about why Trump invaded Iran, and I'm kind of surprised that nobody mentioned the timeline of the invasion. Does anybody recall what happened on February 24th? NPR broke the story about the suppressed file about the woman who had accused 5-6 years ago Trump of having molested her, forced her into some kind of grotesque sexual act when she was 13 years old. That broke on the 24th. 2 days later, it was on the front page of the New York Times. 2 days later, after that, we attacked Iran. So I do think that Trump's cunning, his animal instincts take over when things get hot, and this was in its way, a brilliant stopgap to keep Epstein from overwhelming him and to keep it off the front pages, which he has succeeded in doing, because there's almost no discussion of the Epstein investigation or the suppression that NPR talked about in their first story on the 24th. The second question I think that came up is why, or it's implied, why isn't the crazy and illegal invasion or attack on Iran enough to get people thinking impeachment? And you have to go back to the first bombing and Congressman Green's resolution, which I think he introduced on the 22nd, or was the bombing on the 22nd? I haven't got it exactly right. someone said, well, it was great that a certain number of Democrats voted in favor of the resolution, but you have to remember that 128 Democrats in the House voted to table the resolution. That's well over half the caucus. And the reason for that is because either a substantial minority of the Democratic caucus or a small majority of the Democratic caucus supports the war. And if we don't face up to that, you're not going to get to the bottom of the impeachment conundrum. The central foreign policy thinkers in the Democratic Party, and I think of Hillary Clinton, Anthony Blinken, et cetera, they support the war. They're not shouting it from the rooftops because it's politically impermissible at this point, but they are tacitly in support of it. And you got a hint of it when Maduro was kidnapped. Blinken was very clear. He said, well, if they, a little perturbed by the techniques they use. Schumer and Jeffries said the same thing. But if you have a scenario where Trump replaces Maduro with the Nobel Prize winner or some facsimile of democratic governance, I will be the first to applaud the president's actions. So that is a central issue that we haven't addressed today. The second issue is the War Powers Act. Democrats, again, when they're called upon to do something, Jeffries slow-walked the resolution so that it didn't get voted on in time before the attack took place. There was talk about it, but it just didn't happen. And once the Senate voted down War Powers Resolution on March 4th, the House still had a chance to make a big statement. And as you'll recall, the vote was 219 to 212 against the resolution in the House. 4 Democrats voted no, okay? If the 4 Democrats had voted yes, the resolution would have been adopted 216 to 215. I'm absolutely convinced that those 4 Democrats were, as they say in congressional parlance, released to vote the, quote, wrong way because the Democratic leadership did not want the War Powers Resolution to be adopted. These are as much an impediment to impeachment as the sort of general tactical things we've talked about. And on the question of the Israel lobby, the Israel lobby is very powerful. It's not the only reason Democrats voted the way they did. The 4 Democrats who voted no take a lot of money collectively from AIPAC, but so do lots and lots of others who voted yes. There is still in this country a strong commitment to Wilsonian, shall we say, ideals. The idea that we have to impose democracy, impose goodness on the rest of the world. They're bad. You kept hearing this during Maduro and again with Khamenei. Well, let's first say that he's bad. They're all bad, really bad, and we're good. So don't get us wrong, the Democrats. And this is going to get in the way of any kind of impeachment organization because the caucus in the Democratic Party is split. The last thing I wanted to bring up was a question. I'm actually surprised, given that people are worried about voter suppression or voter intimidation in November. This started out as a joke with my plumber, who's violently anti-Trump. He fits the profile of a pro-Trumper, but he's very anti-Trump. He asked me right after the inauguration, well, what's your exit strategy? Where are you going to move? And I said, I don't have an exit strategy. I'm going to be drilling with the New York State militia. I know my Second Amendment rights, and I know the idea that the founders had, I think I'm right, about the well-regulated militia was to protect states against overweening federal authority. If you had a scenario where federal troops, National Guards are surrounding polling places in November to regulate the elections, to ensure fair elections. I think under the constitutional philosophy, at least of the Jeffersonians, you would want your well-regulated militia there to confront the federal authorities. And I'm actually surprised that nobody is talking about revitalizing state militias as a method of protecting local elections in November. I'm just throwing it out. I'm a peacenik, not looking for trouble, but I'm a little bit surprised. And during the ICE raids in Minnesota, I saw lots of people I recognized from the late 60s, early 70s, left-wingers who were ready to fight, not afraid of carrying guns, clearly. And I'm concerned about the possibility of violent confrontation over the next 6 months, which is, again, why I think the founders wrote well-regulated militia. They don't want a random shooting.
On that spirited suggestion, thank you, Rick.
Wow. I've been expecting a civil war, and that could be a piece of it. You have some points, but I don't want to go there. I am Ellen Barfield. I'm interested in my little bio statement here that I'm the co-founder of the Veterans for Peace Women's Caucus. I am. That's true, years ago. It's not really functioning right now, I'm sad to say, but there have been some calls to bring it back, and I hope we can do that. But a lot more importantly than that is that I have been a member since 3 years into the 41-year now history of the organization. I served as vice president for a couple of years under the longest-serving president, Dave Klein, wonderful VFP president and Postal Service union guy also, and a Vietnam vet who had the realization that it was all crap when he was pulled out of a foxhole with his knee blown away, and he had killed the Viet Cong who had blown his knee away, and they pulled the guy's pictures out of his pocket, his wife, his children. And Dave said, and fought war ever since, resisted war ever since. I try to avoid those militaristic terms, but they pervade our consciousness and our language. And I'm the co-founder of the Baltimore Phil Berrigan Memorial Chapter of Veterans for Peace. Got a lot of VFP cred, so the Women's Caucus is important, and my feminist soul has to note that almost everyone on these panels is male. There is only one person of color. It's really not okay, folks. We got to do better. Everybody has to do better in that regard. We have to have much more diverse voices. Thanks for having me, but that doesn't cover it. Okay, what else can I say? I could say a million things. Yes, we've got to impeach the man, especially for this war. Please, stop me before I kill again. We've heard that line. Stop him before he kills again and again and again and again, please. Please, Congress. And yes, I totally agree that a lot of the Dems are totally bought in. And Israel has far too much influence in this country on the Democrats, too. Thank you for mentioning Hillary Clinton, warmonger deluxe, and we've got a lot of others. This nation, let's please stop worshiping the Constitution. I took an oath to the Constitution to support and defend it, not the commander-in-chief, from all enemies, foreign and domestic. The Constitution is nice, and it's been broadened by tremendous struggle over the centuries that we've existed. But folks, it started with rich white men. Women weren't included. Enslaved Africans weren't included. Certainly the indigenous weren't included. Come on. That is just a human creation, and it still has a lot of problems. And yes, it's terrible that Trump's trashing it. but so have a lot of others. Thank you so much for my colleague Diane Sayre noting that Trump didn't invent these problems. He is egregious and horrible, but all of our presidents are war criminals, every one of them. And we have to stop them. So please impeach this guy. VFP is against all war. War Resisters League is even more against all war, and that is another group whose board I serve on. 110 years old, created by World War I resistors and their supporters who are horribly treated. And that gets me to the Center on Conscience and War, which is over 80 years old, with various names, supporting those who seek CO status or are curious about it. And let me tell you, CCW is getting calls out the wazoo because several people said troops need to disobey unlawful orders. They certainly do. And a lot of them are doing so or asking how they can. So that is going on. We're not hearing much about it, but I assure you it's happening. Another group I work with is my climate group, Beyond Extreme Energy, which recently circulated a letter for sign-on, and over 50 organizations did, about the horrendous climate effects of militarism and environmental effects of militarism. And oil? Why do we care about that region, the southwest of Asia? Why did the Brits proclaim the Balfour Declaration that His Majesty's government supports the idea of installing worldwide Jewry in that part of the world that had a lot of oil, y'all? And the British Empire and the U.S. continuation of the British Empire cares about controlling the oil. What do you think Iraq was a lot about? What do you think Iran is about? Venezuela? Come on. If we had had the green transition we should have had years ago, nobody would care about the Straits of Hormuz. We just keep taking the same stupid steps and not taking the ones we need to. But please, it is so long past time to finally impeach and remove this guy. Please, Congress. About 50 Congress members have released statements that they support the, Article 25, that the presidential, pardon me, I'm blanking on the word, senior moment here. Excuse me? 25th Amendment, but who is it? It's not the Congress.
Cabinet.
The cabinet, and they're not going to do it, but neither is Congress. We need to go sit in their offices all day, every day, phone, write, and says that they impeach. Please. Thank you so much for this excellent event here. But again, should have had more women, should have had more people of color. Next time, let's do better. But in the meantime, impeachment has to happen now.
Everything has been said. Actually, I was in former English department.
No questions afterward.
All right.
And anyone with a question, go to the mic, please. Yes, go
I
ahead.
was going to say that everything's been said, but as a former English department chair, and I write 1,000-page books for lawyers, I have a couple things. First, there are two magnificent pieces of literature done by the city, New York City Bar on impeachment. One is like 38 pages. It lays out 6 different areas. If you want information to hand out to people, and Ralph is putting this forward, and so is Bruce as well, okay? And then a follow-up in March. They're magnificent pieces. They are legal briefs written for humans, okay? Okay. I say that a couple of my kids are lawyers, and I write books for lawyers. I'd like to just first take a moment of privilege and like to thank who you called the Mount Rushmore of civic virtue, a great man and a friend, okay, Ralph Nader, for having put forward this. You talk about a virtuous life, live for Americans, for everyone, just magnificent. Next point of privilege is my friend Dennis Kucinich. I was there when he was trying to stop a war in October of 2002, talking again and again and again. He was called by Richard Cohen a clown. Richard Pearl talked about a scurrilous lie. He was called Saddam's defender. He's trying to stop 1 million people from dying, okay? And face the brunt of all of it, okay? And today, as Elizabeth Kucinich was telling me later on, now today everybody says they were against the war. Not then. Not then, okay? And we're running into the same WMD lies. They're telling us about nukes, okay? And they destroyed the nuke pact, okay? If you read Scott Ritter's book, Deal Breaker, they had a good program to stop nukes. They're not developing nukes. They've had a fatwa against nukes. Yet they keep lying. It's the same WMD lies that they used to kill, for 1 million Iraqis to die. So this is, once again, you see history repeating itself. They have the same playbook to fool the American people. Keep repeating the same thing. Nukes, nukes, nukes. They don't have them. They've not tried to have them. Remember in 1996, Bibi would come out and start talking about they're weeks away, okay? They're months away. This has been going on for 30 years that they've been making those statements. Dennis asked in Congress, Bibi, after one hearing, he asked him, when are you going to send troops? And no, we're not going to send troops. I want to take one more point of privilege. One of my heroes is here, a great hero, a real journalist. Her name is Medea Benjamin, Code Pink. Magnificent human being. And I just want to go a quick tangent. Teresa Amato, you already ruined this talk I had. I had a whole talk about impeachment as a necessity when a monster reigns, and it took away Pope Leo XIV's statements, okay, where he talked about it's a moral issue. I mean, morality is what leads to laws when a society develops. And you look at morality today, I'll go back to Gregory I in the 6th century, okay? 16 years of Catholic school sort of did things with my head, and a department chair in a Catholic high school. But let me just read some of these things and see if it reminds you of anyone. Greed, these are 7 cardinal sins of Gregory I. Greed, pride, envy, wrath, which is also, wrath is fury, okay? Gluttony, lust, and sloth. Does that remind you of any individual? Of course. How could it possibly not? Okay? And I always have wondered, in the 6th century, how did greed go from being a cardinal sin to a civic virtue? $1 billion is $10,000 a week from the time of Christ to today. Elon Musk has enough money to last his family for 1 million years, and he's going to be cryogenically saved, okay? So things will go on. We think about what is happening in our society, that we have somebody, these are, some of the characteristics that talk about greed, pride, envy. You know what they all breed? They breed a cruelty, an insensitivity. This is not the Great Gatsby of Tom and Daisy Buchanan, where they were called careless people. These are cruel people. Okay? Their cruelty knows no lengths. Today it's directed especially at people of color. Okay? This is immense what they have done with SNAP and what they've done with Medicaid. And you're going to see with AI even more. They're going to have robots. You're going to be so happy you have a job. But I happen to think that there is a moral basis that leads to the legal issues that you've talked about. I don't want to go on forever, but I think when you're ruled by a monster, you have to do something. And you also have the one other huge problem, and that is what Louis Brandeis said. He said you have a choice. You can have all the money in the hands of a few, or you can have a democracy, but you can't have both. And today in Washington, we certainly live by a golden rule, but it's not the golden rule you know about, doing what others have to do. It's the gold rules. And we have to have a ballroom that's all gold gilded, okay? It's worse than the Gilded Age, okay? And what is happening in Iran, I think, I think of those girls. Incomprehensible evil. 165 girls aged 7 to 12 incinerated, and we don't apologize. And Medea or someone asked one of the politicians, what do you think? He said, they've killed 20,000, just not even able to register the horror of what we had just done. How is it possible? We as a people, when we call ourselves a Judeo-Christian Islamic society, no, we're not. Okay? We have this monster in charge. Humility? okay? You know, and by the way, gluttony was in there not because they were worried about health, okay? They're worried about taking from other people, okay? So I don't want to go off on a tangent because those 16 years of Catholic school sort of distorted my view of the world, okay? But I do like to thank everyone for listening, and this is such a real project. Unlike Pete Hegseth, I don't think we should remove and encourage acts of war, okay? I don't think it's a good thing to remove the Code of Military Conduct. I don't think it's a good idea to tell people, just let yourself go. I had friends, I did not go to Vietnam, but I had friends who were there, and they regretted so much just being unleashed, just being turned loose. They had incredible grief afterwards. These were good people, and they gave us, he told me, Bernie, my friend, they gave us these weapons of war and the trauma. And I happen to also think in terms of the Israel-Gaza, both countries deserve peace. And I just think Israel's on a suicidal path, and I don't want to see that for Israelis. I certainly don't want to see it for Palestinians. And I think last word is everyone should read Martin Buber, the great Israeli existentialist writer, the I-thou relationship. Societies only prosper when people talk to people and you listen and you respond differently and we each influence one another. It's a back and forth civilization of dialogue. And that's what's missing in our society. We just pigeonhole people. We push them to the side. And it's so tragic in a society when we can't capture the essence of the other person and listen to them. So read I-thou by Martin Buber.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you twofold for promising not to go on, you said, forever. It was touch and go there at the end. But your remark, others have made it, our audience nationally streamed and C-SPAN should answer the question that you posed. Which side are you on? An American named Pope Leo or an American named Pete Hegseth, who said that we should kill as many people as possible in the name of Christ? I do not arbitrate what Christ would have done, but George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, FDR would not be doing this. I'd like to ask, before any questions, is Jessica Densen hear me for her to make her remarks that will be audible?
I absolutely hear you. Can you hear me?
We can. Jessica, tell us where you are, who you are, what you had for breakfast, and then speak for up to 5 minutes.
Well, I didn't have breakfast. I didn't even go to sleep last night because I'm on the West Coast and I've been streaming this all for you. Thank you to all of our viewers on Lights On who are watching this live. I want to put an immense thank you to Ralph Nader and Bruce Fein for organizing this, as well as my good friend John Bonifaz of Free Speech for People. My name is Jessica Densen. I am the founder of the Removal Coalition and the Remove the Regime movement. We have been laser focused on day one of this illegal administration in getting Donald Trump out of office by the one constitutional, peaceful measure that gets us out of this mess, and that is impeachment. Article 2, Section 4. Mind you, let me remind everybody watching this and this panel that this entire Congress is complicit in every crime of this administration for letting Donald Trump pass that threshold into his illegal presidency by not upholding Section 3 of the 14th Amendment on January 6, 2025. I am preaching to the choir if I tell this audience that we have passed so many thresholds when accountability should have happened, when somebody's foot should have been put down, and this should have stopped. This obscene, lawless war launched by a draft-dodging pedophile domestic terrorist in concert with an international war criminal, that we have gotten to this point is such an insult to our collective dignity and integrity. And what we are witnessing today on this panel, I just want you guys to understand that this is a living, historic moment that you are part of right now. This is not an academic exercise in any stretch of the imagination. Generations are going to be looking back to this moment to see what those people, those men and women, Democrats and Republicans in that body, but at the end of the day, human beings with moral compasses somewhere deep within themselves were doing when American democracy was being burned to the ground. Why have they not been calling for impeachment and removal every day up until now? The death of every child who was denied U.S. aid, the death of Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Keith Porter Jr., and countless others at the hands of ICE, the death of innocent sailors on the Caribbean who have been extrajudicially killed by this administration, the death of our service members now, and the thousands of innocent civilians who are being killed in this illegal war. The blood of those people is on the hands not just of this illegal regime, but on every single member of Congress, Republican and Democrat, down to your favorite Democrats who diagnose the hell out of this problem, who has not taken action to stop it. There is a man, as we have discussed today, who has filed articles of impeachment yesterday, John Larson of Connecticut, 13 articles of impeachment. Every single member of Congress, and we can get to the Republicans, but for God's sakes, we have to start with the Democrats who are supposed to be in the opposition in this country, should be a co-sponsor on those articles right now. And the moment this Congress gets back into session, they should be forcing a vote on those articles under Rule 9, invoking Rule 9 to force a vote. Get on the phones, everybody, if you're watching this. Call John Larson and every other member of Congress and say, that's the next step we're waiting for. 202-224-3121. Hit up those lines. Tell them we need Rule 9 invoked on House Resolution 1155, and we need it immediately when this Congress comes back into session. I want to tell you, I told you this is an academic, and our movement is not something that we just talk about. This is not words. We have proven results from our activism in partnership with allies like Free Speech for People and the many effective members of our coalition, including Citizens Impeachment. We have attained a 77% surge in support for impeachment between the previous forced votes filed by Representative Al Green. Imagine if everybody else in the activism space were as relentless and laser focused as we are on demanding the singular peaceful remedy to this crisis that we find ourselves in. Imagine if we were having those votes on a weekly or daily basis, how much progress we would be making. This is also a call to my fellow activists, to anybody out there organizing any kind of protest, and whatever your downstream issue is as far as how this lawless criminal regime is violating your rights. There is one constitutional remedy that is going to get us out of this, and it is impeachment, and we all need to be making this demand in one unified voice. If we were doing this, if the leaders of groups with much greater resources than I have in my 1 year on the ground activism have, such as Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin of Indivisible, were utilizing mass mobilizations of millions of Americans, not just to say no kings and have a day of solidarity and mutual aid, but to make a unified demand that the American people are demanding the immediate conviction and removal of this criminal regime. Can you imagine how that pressure would be translating to our members of Congress and the media? It is time for everybody in whatever space you are to step up. It is time for the people in this building that are watching this right now and that you're going to walk out into their offices and possibly see when you're walking down the hall to understand the onus that is on them for what is happening right now. And remember Nuremberg, when you understand that at this moment there are 3 times as many people in concentration camps in the United States of America as there were in Germany in 1939. This is real life, folks. We need action now. I am so, as I said, grateful and honored to be part of this panel. And thank you so much. Please join our efforts at removetheregime.com and removalcoalition.org. It is my great pleasure to be in this fight with you. And I know that if we are of one unified voice demanding impeachment and removal and don't let anyone, especially our allies, off the hook, we can get this done.
Thank you, Jessica. We're grateful to you and the entire panel. Before concluding with a question. I just have a small amount of administrative work to do. Sorry if I upset you, but I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mark Green, and over the last 56 years, I've done this and that. However, nothing I'm more proud of than on and off working with Ralph Nader. The time off he allowed me to leave to run and hold office and write books. But he is an exemplar with Bruce Fein of the civic virtue that has brought us all here today. In that spirit, I have to thank John Richard and the Center for Responsive Law for subpoenaing us today, to C-SPAN for your patriotic amplification. Finally, forgive me, if you're interested in all of this, I do write weekly several times a Substack called The Inflection Zone, named for the distortion field that Donald Trump has put into the inflection zone. With that, you ready to end this thing?
Sure. And Mark, thank you for introducing yourself, because I have a question for you. My name is Russell Mokhiber. I'm the editor of the Capitol Hill Citizen. Someone dug up a 2008 interview with Hillary Clinton, and it's viral video. In it, she says, "I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran." And did you see that? Ellen saw it too.
She's a warmonger.
There it is. Okay, now here's the question. I believe it's real. I don't think it's AI generated. I think it's real. Mr. MacArthur implied, I believe, if I heard him right, that one of the reasons the Democrats are not in this room doing this exact same thing is because they favor the attack on Iran.
You mean Democratic politicians?
Yes, including Hillary Clinton. So here's a question for you, Mark.
A healthy proportion, not
A healthy
all of them.
proportion,
There's a
yeah.
split.
So what is your thought on that?
My thought is that a politician at the end of a campaign says something to rhetorically excite, swing voters. She shouldn't have done that, and I'm sure she regrets it today. That's 1,000 times different, of course, than a sitting president promising genocide, which if he got away with it at this time, not the execution of that, but the promise, think how that changes the world, per se. That is, if you're Putin, if you're any country with a nuclear weapon or with the capacity to do it, you now know there's a precedent that you can hold a nuclear sword of Damocles over a lesser adjacent neighbor and get your way based on an American precedent. That's why it is urgent that some aspect of resignation, impeachment, the 25th Amendment, or a new agenda by a new Democratic president, which is not just wishful thinking, but is palpable, is the long-term answer. I would say 80% of voting Democrats opposed attacking Iran before, and certainly does now. And I'm guessing 80%, 90% of elected Democrats do as well. Fortunately, I can hardly answer for myself, much less my friend Hillary Clinton in 2008. Sorry she said that. Sorry that I have people in my family who like Donald Trump, and I'll take care of business. There's only one, by marriage. And that's all I can do other than encourage all of you to watch this if you didn't see it. For those out there, there'll be a compilation of all the remarks here because they were so extraordinarily high quality. And I really want to thank, finally, Dennis Kucinich and all the other earlier panelists who have stayed through now, which shows your dedication, not to being a showman, but your dedication to substance and getting stuff done. Russell, thank you. And now a final comment.
Hi,
From,
Elizabeth Kucinich. So
Elizabeth
Kucinich's
Kucinich.
wife. I just wanted to speak to the Iran issue. This has been built over multiple administrations. This situation we find ourselves in right now doesn't come out of nowhere. When Netanyahu came to the committee that Dennis was in mid-90s and said, we want America to knock off Libya, Syria, Iraq, and Iran, you know the stewards that are in Congress who do that. It's a bipartisan effort. So with this accountability has to be noted. It's a bipartisan thing. All of the infrastructure, the architecture, all of the things that we've heard about in terms of the languaging, the story, the messaging around whether Iran is good or bad has all been built over multiple administrations. So let's not be partisan in our response. Let's understand that our system really needs people to engage in it and to understand that this is a situation where people on both sides are against the war in Iran and people on both sides are for it.
Allow me to thank you for that, but oppose your both sides-ism. Your statement was right. Both parties over time have been culpable to some extent or another. Right now, the Constitution anticipated that impeachment, which has been used 4 times in the past, be operational for a president who is insane or unfit. It assumed that there would be a functioning majority party and a separation of powers with the president and, of course, with the judicial branch. The failure of the Republican caucus in the House and the Republican caucus in the Senate, notwithstanding what Hillary Clinton said, a couple of decades ago, they are responsible for not holding Trump to the constitutional standard that they took an oath of office to uphold. So I understand the kumbaya bipartisanship, and you're right.
The way you stop a war
because
by stopping appropriations, and the Democratic Party have nodded
but
that
unless
they will fund
Republicans, some Republicans side with the people in this room, it's going to be hard to go forward because the Democrats, if you get 49%, the other side gets 100% of the decisions under Trumpism. And there are some Republicans who favor, I assume, Massey, for example, impeachment and prosecution, and appreciate, as Ralph Nader began by saying, or others have referred to, what were the odds that when Ralph urged that Nixon be impeached after winning 49 states and 61% of the vote, that he would be within the year if he hadn't withdrawn first? And what were the odds 2 months ago that the Congress would vote to require the Justice Department to release the Epstein files? 1%? And then last month, nearly 100% of the United States Congress switched and came to that conclusion. Again, no one's smart enough to be a pessimist, and thank you for the optimists. Dennis, I already acknowledged that you stayed showing your virtues. And thank you all for coming. You have a question on?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
No. This is on the immigration issue.
No, I'm going to say no on immigration.
Okay, no.
Only because it's not unimportant, but this is on impeachment, eviction, and how to hold him accountable.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh, one more.
Is it all right if I speak?
I'll be very quick, folks. I'm going to offer just a little bit of hope. My name is Kira Havens, and I work with Citizens Impeachment. That's one of the organizations that Jessica Densen just spoke about. We are new to the scene, and we are organizing citizens
Say the
by
name of the
district.
organization again?
Citizens Impeachment. We are organizing citizens by district, and we have 130 courage candidates, pro-impeachment courage candidates running in the midterms this year. We need your help. Please join us for the pro-impeachment courage candidates. Come talk to me. I would love to connect with you.
A great organizer. Thank you.
So am I, actually, but it formed my conscience.